Good morning, chat. I hope y'all are all doing absolutely awesome today. Plans. After startup, I'm planning to block out an hour to finish up work on this shader. If that doesn't work out, I want to finish the slime boss. I think that's a fair plan for today. I wanted to get to Magic Missile today, but yesterday with this shader just was not going to let that happen. So, maybe someday I'll have an epiphany and I'll finally understand UV and shaders. Yesterday was not that day. Today is not that day. But maybe someday a miracle will happen. Anywho, let's do startup. Oh, the challenge or like roguelite mode I was doing yesterday. I went back and did the same exact thing after stream, but just didn't take those two upgrades, and it was a total cakewalk. Every cycle's just a little bit different, but yeah, it was ridiculously easy once I didn't take upgrades that just tanked my damage. Go figure! Alright. What are we... Wait, what? That's not... Okay, icon changed. Like, that chest has definitely been claimed. For that event where you grab all the chests. If I can get through the dailies quick enough, might do one of the side quests. Started at about the 5-minute mark, so... Oh, that's not what I wanted. Whoops, 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 whoops. Oh yeah, and we're working on Gion week. So...
Today will be a fine day.
The battlefield is dynamic. Do not let your guard down.
First off, do I have... Do I have any boxes with that stuff in it? Yes. Good morning, Zimius. How's it going, my dude?
Today will be a...
I will be there.
Why
battlefield is dynamic. Do not let your guard down.
One of the... That one? Nope, not that one.
Today will be a
Why hesitate if
The battlefield is dynamic. Do not let your guard down.
There's the one I want. Just made a 3D sculpt yesterday, going well. Nice. Nice, nice. Yeah, 3D animation is something that I decided I would not be able to do very early on. Or animation of any kind is something that I recognized I don't have the skills for. And it would take me way too long to acquire those skills. And that is why all of my assets, if they have any sort of animation, I'm paying for them. Probably play Glide the Dragon today to get an understanding of inverse kinematics. What are you defining as inverse kinematics?
healing?
Because I'm pretty well versed in the physicsy stuff, and that's not a term I know. Hard to explain without showing. It's basically allowing the computer to calculate the animations. Kinda. Alright. Move the leg, and the computer calculates the rest of the model accordingly. Uh... Method used to determine the joint angles needed for a robot or character's end effector, like her foot, to reach the condition patient desired target. Okay. I guess that term makes sense in robotics, which I guess applies to armatures. Like, as a robotics term, that makes sense to me. So I guess it would, by that logic, it makes sense in the context of armatures. Let's see. Echoes. Okay, let's find some echoes real quick. You might turn into echoes.
Dark forces approach. Be on guard. Answer me.
Oh, wrong button. Move hand up and the muscles compress.
Dark forces approach.
Do stuff automatically. Yeah, I don't think I need to see a video. Like, I think I get the concept.
Swift and resolute. Moment of resonance.
It's probably worth noting, it's not a matter of it'll just automatically work. It's you've got to
Be on guard.
program in some way how the joints know what to do. It's actually using the same principle behind a lot of computational mathematics or applied mathematics, where instead of calculating things simulating the physics of the situation, you know what your outcome is going to be, so you create a formula or algorithm for getting directly to that. The best example I can give is applied math solutions for solving the heat equation. The general physics way you learn to solve the heat equation over time is to iterate over small intervals of time, because that's what the physics is doing. The applied math way of doing it is, I don't even remember the specifics of it, but it was effectively you construct a matrix that has the time built into it, and instead of iterating over that time, you just take the inverse of that matrix. And the result you end up getting in that case is far, far, far more accurate than what you would get from trying to iterate using essentially Euler's method. What game is this? This is Wuthering Waves.
Appear before.
Let's see. We have time to do one quest. Fair warning to anyone who hasn't watched me do quests in this game before, I will be skipping all dialogue. Well, I would assume ragdoll physics would not use inverse kinematics. Like, ragdoll physics, in my mind, sounds like the antithesis of that.
Dark forces approach. Be on guard.
Where am I supposed to be going?
Free as a bird.
Oh, up there. Okay. Stretch models and whatnot. Like I said, I unless I'm really misunderstanding something, inverse kinematics should not be used if you're trying to produce ragdoll physics. Because ragdoll physics is reactive, reactive physics simulation, whereas inverse kinematics has a desired outcome. A ragdoll physics can't have a desired outcome because it is generated dynamically in the moment. Is that the whole quest? Apparently that was the whole quest. We're doing another one. And keep in mind, anyone listening, that when I say this stuff about inverse kinematics and I say, unless I'm misunderstanding, please keep in mind, it's very possible I'm misunderstanding something. Extremely so. Good. I took the group photo. Don't know about Ragdoll, but games have had that issue. Glide the Dragon dev actually posted a meme about it, saying their inverse kinematics are perfect. The picture was the most dislocated model I've ever seen. Yeah. So any type of kinematics you do, if it's not done correctly, will produce awkward looking models. Whether inverse or otherwise, it's math. And if your calculations are incorrect, you're going to end up with awful, awful things. I don't want to ride a gondola. Just tell me where to go next. I do like on some of these quests where it says, go ride the gondola, but you can immediately jump out and just fly to the destination. You're planking on watching videos? I don't understand. Oh, chat. I'm at the spot. Let me take the photo. Please? Oh my god. Are we done? We done? We done. Oh my god. So I guess they didn't like me skipping dialogues. They're like, you know what? We're gonna make sure this dialogue is not in a cutscene, so the player can't skip it.
Answer me. Purify. Dark forces approach. Be on guard.
You think this is using inverse kinematics? Almost all games in modern day probably use it for running animations. Maybe. The way to tell is on stairs. Doesn't look like inverse kinematics to me. Okay, there you go. So the idle animation here is certainly using inverse kinematics, but the walking animation does not appear to. Which is probably fair. I'm guessing walking animations probably look really awkward. That's my guess. Not to mention, the more stuff that you allow to happen during an animation like that, the more likely there is to be errors in the calculations. The more likely to get really wonky looking animations. Oh my goodness. There we go. Ooh. There we go. And now we're in side-scroller mode, by the way. This is one of the cooler features that this game implemented very early on. And Genshin tried to do this, but did not do it nearly as well. A foot of the starry sky. What? Oh, it wants... Okay, I think now I'm understanding what the game wants. There we go. That made no sense to me. Are we done? Oh, that's not right. Here, here, boop. Load. Yeah. Just tell me what you want me to do, game. Okay. All done. At some point, I'll need to do this stuff. And that, I guess. Hey, it's over here somewhere. Spent the next 4 hours trying to find that one objective. Yeah. Yeah. Thing is, you say especially a main objective, but there's a lot of us out there that are completionists. And there's some developers that hate completionists. I'm gonna look this up. Breath of the Wild, Korok seeds. This is the worst thing. The absolute worst thing that I've seen a modern developer do in a game. This is the worst. There's a difference between side quests and main story. Not if you're a completionist. And there's a lot of gamers out there that like to make sure they get every little bit of content out of a game. I don't know, look at Assassin's Creed with gathering flags. But don't those flags show up on a minimap? Whereas there were 800 of these basically randomly scattered around the world. And your reward for getting every single one was a giant golden poop. That's awful. Like, you have fans of your game that are so invested in the game you've created that they're willing to go out and collect 800 of these things. And with the flags, it was a text saying, good job. At least you're not insulting the players that are the most dedicated to your game. Like I was just about to say, like, the people who are going after this are the most dedicated players. And what you're saying to them is, we don't care about you. And you're playing the game wrong. Like, wild. Absolutely wild. And it could very well be the case that that was not intentional. It could be the case that the people who implemented that on the development team didn't see any issues with it, which I think is worse, because that means their team is completely oblivious to the tone of the thing they're producing. Sounds like Nintendo to me? Not to me. Nintendo's been really good historically in making sure their games have rewards for content that you complete. This what to me stood out as a massive shift in quality of design. And it's shocking because of how high quality Breath of the Wild is. But yeah, they want you to play a certain way. That is an aspect of Nintendo that I agree has been there for the longest time, and I think it is the biggest shortcoming of that company. They have this idea that there is a right way to play games. And that is such a flawed perspective. Given that I think we all agree that video games are art, would Nintendo go to an art museum and tell the patrons there, you're enjoying this art wrong? What? Of course you wouldn't do that. That would be insane. You would never tell someone they're enjoying a painting wrong. Or I guess someone might. But that would be the epitome of stupidity. Like, I can't imagine a more stupid take than you're enjoying this painting wrong. Now, you could have someone saying, oh, you're enjoying this painting very surface, your enjoying of this painting is very surface level. Sure. But that's very different from enjoying it wrong. Why do you think they ban all these freelancers? Because they drew a drawing of Pokemon or something. So that has to do with copyright law. That has nothing to do with playing the games wrong. And yeah, copyright in Japan is a whole mess. The law there is, to my understanding, I haven't read it, my understanding based on court cases I've reviewed is that it's way, way more aggressive than the rest of the world. But even if we just take the international courts rulings, some of them don't even profit, doesn't matter. If we take the international court's interpretation on, or their rulings on copyright, the issue here is here. This is gonna be, let me make sure this is safe to show on stream real quick. Just a second. Yes, this looks safe. So in international courts, and I believe most of them are held, all these are held in Germany, I think. Last I was looking into it, that's where a lot of these were held. And in the international courts, the rulings on copyright are essentially this. If someone out there is using your copyrighted material and you don't actively pursue legal action against them, you lose your copyright. So I don't see that specific thing where Nintendo strikes down freelance artists. I don't see that as them saying you're playing the games wrong or you're appreciating Pokemon wrong. I see that as a direct response to the international court saying, if you don't actively attack anyone participating in your intellectual property unsupervised, then we're taking away your intellectual property. Like, that to me is one of the most bizarre rulings in all of modern law. But that is the way it works in the international stage. If someone is, according to those courts, infringing your copyright, and you don't go after it, then you just lose your copyright. So, for instance, these pieces of art, because, and particularly because this one on Fiverr is a commission, if Nintendo doesn't actively pursue legal action against this creator, Nintendo risks losing the copyright, or I should say, the Pokemon Company needs to file suit against this creator. The Pokemon Company would risk losing all copyright to Pokemon in general. That's how crazy the international court is. Courts are, I should say. So, generally speaking, companies who take actions like these, or in general, just actions that seem to be anti-consumer, a lot of the time, it's a reaction to some legal reality that you're just not familiar with. Well, yeah, if there's money involved, I can see there being legal action. So, it's strange, though, because Japan is also a bastion of fan fiction in the manga space. So it's super weird to me that when it comes to manga and to a lesser degree comics in Western countries, there's this almost open market on doing original content in an existing franchise or with existing IP. And it's well understood this is fan fiction and you're allowed to profit off of it, and it is completely separate from content produced by the original intellectual property owner. And for whatever reason, that concept has never even slightly propagated up to the international level. But at the same time as that's going on in Japan, they also have extremely aggressive copyright laws. That's how they should do it in the first place. So, the thing is, in Japan, my understanding is fan fiction manga is not, strictly speaking, not a copyright infringement. Meaning, it is a copyright infringement, but it's an infringement that the companies allow. But at any point, they could choose to go after those creators. They just know that it's a bad idea to do so, because then your fans are going to be really upset about it and probably stop supporting you. So, legally speaking, my understanding is those creators are not protected in any way. Again, take everything I say with a grain of salt. You're listening to legal commentary from an animated hamster on the internet. Just keep that in mind. So, grain of salt all around. But yeah. There really needs to be a legal classification that is, I, as the intellectual property holder, can allow certain types of content. Pokemon hasn't exactly been producing good quality lately. I mean, define lately. Because I would argue the last good Pokemon mainline game was Sword and Shield. Or not Sword and Shield, not even that. Sun and Moon, sorry. Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon were basically DLC for Sun and Moon, so I'm not counting those. But I think Sun and Moon were the last good games. So much for only taking 15 minutes at the start of stream for break. Okay. We're 45 minutes in. So starting the time block for an Sun and Moon was all over the place? What do you mean? I thought it was probably the most streamlined and contained gameplay and story of any of the mainline games since Silver and Gold. Story felt so disconnected. Right, but like, what about it was disconnected? Like, if it was disconnected, you should be able to point to, oh, this piece didn't feel like it belonged with all the other pieces. So I'm asking, what piece didn't feel like it belonged? The villains? So to speak. Okay, so Lusamine was the villain. You could say Team Skull was the villain, but they weren't really. Narratively, they were not villains. Narratively, they were side characters. And within the story, they were contextualized as basically angsty teens who vandalized some stuff. And that was basically it. Lusamine was the only actual villain there, and she did the pretty typical villain stuff. Like they tried to initially make them villains, but decided to just midway change it. Well, Lusamine definitely did not change from being a villain in Sun and Moon. And it felt like Team Skull didn't belong. That's, well, probably because you're trying to contextualize Team Skull as villains. And like I said, they are not. And a lot of people assume Team Skull were villains because in every game prior, the team for the region is a villain team. But they're not in this game. Not in any way, shape, or form is Team Skull a villainous team. They are certainly wrongdoers, but they're not villains. There's a difference there. Team Skull participates in from what I recall, exclusively petty crime. And they are mostly harmless. So the only villain within the context of Sun and Moon, not including Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon, the only villain is Lusamine. And that's part of why I think it was so easy for them to have a tight story. And part of why I say that Sun and Moon has one of the tightest stories in the longest time. Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon, I agree, was disconnected. Because they could not, like, the character of Lusamine didn't make a lot of sense in those games. And then Necrozma was just has the problem of being the typical villain that is a Pokemon, where it just pops up out of nowhere and it's just evil because it's evil. You're probably thinking Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon, because Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon re-tinkered all of the story elements from Sun and Moon, and none of it worked. Because, like, Lusamine was simultaneously a good person in the way the dialogue and cutscenes went, but was doing clearly evil things. And it didn't add up at all. I don't remember how Team Skull plays into Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon. But as far as Sun and Moon, I would encourage anyone who thinks those games specifically were disjointed to go back and play one of them again. And only focus on, like, the story, because obviously with side content in a video game of these scales, you're going to have all kinds of side content. Ironically, despite Gen 9 being horrible, the non-DLC storyline was amazing. Gen 9 was Scarlet Violet, right? You know what? I'm actually fine with us spending time on this because I think this is important discussion for game design and writing. I think this is extremely important. So, Gen 9 story. So, I don't think I agree at all that the storyline was good in Scarlet Violet. Let's go through what happened in what were the story elements of Sun and Moon, or not Sun and Moon, Scarlet Violet. So first, it had 3 stories that needed to come together, but didn't have anything interwoven between them at all throughout the game. So, and part of this was because of the game design there. They wanted you to be able to exclusively do one route at a time. Well, when you do that, that means there's not going to be interplay between them, which that's the definition of disjointed. Let's see. You'll agree with me there. So we agree it's disjointed, which I would argue is a type of bad writing. Because in theory, this is a living, breathing world. A world where the occupants exist and persist outside of your ability to see them in the moment. Which certainly is not the case in Scarlet and Violet's world. If you start progressing story in the eastern regions, anyone who's in the west is just on hold until you get there. And this works for a linear story because you're only able to experience it in a specific order. Okay. Let's draw this out so it's really clear. So with a linear story, you have your story beats, right? And so as you're going along, whatever's happening outside here in the world that has an influence on these points, it doesn't matter. Because you're only ever going to experience this at, let's say, 4 hours in. Right? So whatever influence did happen, it doesn't matter because, and you can have as much buildup, as much other things going on as you want during this time because you as the player it was impossible for you to observe it. However, the moment you take this into a non-linear context, okay, well, if this is a living, breathing world, when I as the player go here, and this is 1 hour to do this. Okay. What was happening over here? Because at story point 0, I was told, oh, this character is going to do this thing. This character is going to do this thing. This character is going to do this thing. But apparently, so if I then go here at hour 2, this is exactly the same as if, let me draw this differently. Exactly the same as if this had been my hour 1. Which communicates to the players, oh, so these people were literally just sitting on their hands this whole time. And the counterpoint to this is going to be, well, it's just not practical. You don't need a lot. All you need to fix this problem is some one-off lines. Something like a character from here walks over here and maybe they show up in this story point. And then when I as the player go over here, they just need one line. Hey, good seeing you again. Hey, I'm glad things worked out over with so-and-so. That's all you need. It's so simple. It's just one-offs that say, hey, this is an interconnected world. Because as a player, we are so eager to suspend our disbelief that you just have to give us a little something. That's a really good idea. It's not new. This has been done in video games for the past 3 decades for anything non-linear. You just throw in these one-liners that tell the player, hey, this is an interconnected world, and the players will do the rest of the work for you. Even if literally everything else in this story beat plays out the same. Let me make sure I can... Like, this story beat over here, even if everything plays out the same except that one line, the players are going to do a lot of work to suspend their disbelief, and it's going to feel to the players that this world's interconnected and the story is not disjointed. But there was none of that in Gen 9. Absolutely none. Then another aspect of this is you have gym leaders. So there's 4 basic storylines going on at any given point in 9. There's the gym leader progression. There's the star team, the team star stuff. There's the Titan Pokemon, and there is the Pokemon School. None of these have any interplay until the fourth act of the game, where all of these characters just show up at the same spot at the same time with little to no explanation of why they're here. Like the guy from the Titan Pokemon quest line, it makes perfect sense for him to be there. He's looking for his dad. Great, awesome. The gym leader's, the rival character, why is she showing up? Well, I mean, the script told her to. That's why I said they explained it too late. But that's the definition of a disjointed story. That is, you have a disjointed story, and so you have to repair it at the end. And that's bad writing. That's not organic storytelling. Like that's quintessential bad writing. So the rival had, as far as I could tell, zero reason to join you at the end story. And then the Team Star stuff, that character, I think she was literally just there to open the door for your characters. Now, why she needed to be there for that was strictly because the authors of the story wanted all these storylines to merge together. There was absolutely no reason for it to. Like, there's no reason, especially in the Pokemon universe, you couldn't have given the player a key item that is like security decoder, because that's the kind of item we've gotten in every game prior, and it opens the door. Instead, they're like, no, we need super hacker chick to be there. That's the only way this works. Okay, but she as a character, like, her story has no reason to go there. The thing that's lost in the writing of Scarlet Violet so much is characters should have motivations. And if you can't point to a character and say this is what motivates their actions, the writer has failed. With the Titan Pokemon questline, I can't remember what his name. Blah 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 blah. Of course, you're not going to show me. Anyway, there was a main character who you follow along the Titan Pokemon storyline. And that character has very clear motivations. He's motivated by, I want to help my companion Pokemon who has been injured, ill, whatever. Like, it's some mystery illness that he's trying to cure. And great, clear motivation. Arven, thank you. And the other aspect of this is Arven, his father abandoned him. And he wants to find out what happened with that. And his investigation into the Titan Pokemon leads him, and by the way, massive spoilers for a very old game at this point, so you don't want spoilers, get out. Yeah, Arven is his name, you're right. So he wants to find out what happened with his father, and his investigation leads him to the... what is it? It's the zone in the center of the map. I can't think of it. Scarlet Violet zone in center of map. Great Crater is where it leads him. So it makes perfect sense for Arven to want to go there. And like, if they had cut out the rest of the stories and just said, okay, you're going to help this guy and join him on his adventure to save his Pokemon and find out what happened with his dad. Great. Perfectly consistent storyline. Now we tack on the gym leaders. Well, the gym leaders could literally just have been side quest. Like, take out the rival as part of a storyline, take out all that, and pretend that it's just objectives on the map for you to complete. Great. So there's no pretense of it being part of this storyline, because Arven is an isolated character that doesn't need to have ties to the wider world. But now we're going to pull in gym leaders. And we want to have some level of story involvement with them. Okay. How can we do that in a safe way? Well, we can have the gym leaders have just some dialogue that is sort of color commentary on the goings on in the world. Great. We don't need to have interplay between them and the main story, which is the Titan Pokemon in this theoretical we're talking about. And there's no harm, no foul. They have some color commentary and that's it. The problem comes in when we inject the rival. The rival is competing against us, going around collecting gym badges, and they decide to show up at the crater at the same time we do. Why? From Violet rival. And I know they sort of did a multiple rival thing, but come on. The Pokemon Gym rival is Penny, I believe. Penny... No. Penny is the King Star. Nimona, that's the one. Which, she, as a character, is a pretty stock rival. She wants to compete in Pokemon battles against you. She wants to collect all the gym badges. She wants to become the champion. Great. She has no personal motivation to be involved with Arven. And throughout the entire game, they don't interact with each other at all, from what I recall. Like, she shows up when you're going to the crater just because. Good morning, still needs work. So she shows up at that point just because the writers were like, oh, well, we gotta have them show up now because this is the final act, and so all of the storylines have to converge, obviously, even though there's no logical reason in universe for these storylines to converge. How am I doing? I'm doing pretty good. Today got derailed and we're talking about writing and how to avoid pitfalls of writing in non-linear stories and games. And we're using Pokemon Scarlet and Violet as an example of that. How are you doing? So, Nimona just doesn't make sense in the context of the wider world. She's in her own zone, and if you wanted to just have separate storylines, go do that. If you want to have interconnected storylines, go do that. But don't do a disjointed story and then try to stitch it together in a ham-fisted manner at the last minute. Like, I've been playing this game for 40 hours, and in the last hour of gameplay, you decide to force all these characters into the same place? Why? And the justification should never be because the author said so. The moment you describe something as because that's what the author wrote, that author has completely and totally failed to write an immersive and compelling story. Deus Ex Machina. This isn't even Deus Ex Machina, though. So, Deus Ex Machina is when some event randomly occurs to drive things forward in the way the author needs. This, on the other hand, is the author just choosing to place actors in a location because they wanted them there, not because there was even an event that drove them there. So, to put this in the context of Scarlet and Violet, a Deus Ex Machina would have been Nimona is going off to try and become the champion, and a Braviary comes in and scoops her up and drops her in the crater for you to find when you're adventuring there. That would be a Deus Ex Machina. This is even worse because it is Nimona not being forced by the events in the game, not because of the god in the machine, Deus Ex Machina, of some other factor forcing her into place. It is she gets hypnotized by the author, or like her personality is rewritten by the author in that moment to be like, oh, I must go to this location. I don't know why. I have no reason to go there, but I'll go. That's even worse than a Deus Ex Machina by many degrees. So, The Rival is absolute garbage for having a cohesive storyline. Moving on to Team Star. Team Star made zero sense to me as an organization. Because what is Team Star? Team Star is all of the dropouts of the school. That's what they are. So just like in Sun and Moon, they're not villains. And it's pretty clearly stated they are not villains. And every single member of Team Star has zero connection with the other members of Team Star other than they were friends back in the day. Okay? Question. Would the events of the game have played out any differently other than one scene at the very end if they had never known each other to begin with? No. Their backstory is told to you at the very end of the game, and it's only relevant for one scene right when they're telling you about it. I think The Mandalorian did a good job for film and story. I've not seen it. I have heard mixed things about it, but I don't know enough to be able to comment. So, but using this example, so you've got 6 characters, 4 of them shown here, and there's the secret one that is like kind of the leader of all of Team Star. But the quote leader of Team Star has purposefully zero involvement with any of the factions within Team Star. That's ridiculous. That's absolutely ridiculous. And then, while having zero involvement, at the end of the game, she's then able to say, we're disbanding Team Star. What? You've had zero involvement with these people for, I think it's something like 5 years. These 5 people have built up organizations. Like, they've put in a lot of work and effort to not just build organizations of people, but actually build physical structures and bases of operation. And you, as a person who knew them 5+ years ago, is just going to show up and say, guys, we're disbanding the whole thing. What? Why would any of these people listen to you? So, the first aspect here, none of these 5 people have any involvement in the story. They are literally just objectives on the map that you go between. and you knock out their bases. That's it. They have zero knowledge or interaction with the Titan Pokemon storyline. They have zero involvement in the gym leader storyline. Like, there's no point along your gym badge collection that you go, oh, Team Star has blocked off this gym. I can't access it until I deal with them. In previous games, let's go back to Red and Blue. There's several points in the storyline where your progression is halted and you have to deal with Team Rocket. Great. That's fine. It's a linear storyline. It's much more simple. But at the same time, it means you can have these multiple storylines going on narratively, but since the player experiences it linearly, there's a natural progression through each of these weaving stories. So in Red and Blue, you had 3 stories going on. You had the gym leader storyline, becoming a champion. You had the Team Rocket storyline, subverting the criminal organization. You had the collect all the Pokemon storyline for Professor Oak. And all of these had interplay with each other. You needed a specific item, so you had to collect a certain number of Pokemon so the lab technicians would reward you with the item you needed. Great. And to a lesser degree, in order to progress in certain parts of the story, you needed to have caught specific types of Pokemon. Like, when you need to cross water, you need a Pokemon that can learn Surf. I'm curious what you think of Gen 6. Give me a minute. And so that, in part, facilitates, like, it's a requirement within the progression of the gym badges that also forces you into completing part of the Pokedex filling storyline. It's honestly pretty well done, considering how old that game is, how these separate storylines weave together, and they have blocking aspects that create a world that is filled and cohesive. You're never left wondering, well, why am I doing this? Whereas in Scarlet and Violet, I'm constantly like, why am I going after Team Star? They're not doing anything to hurt anyone. They're just chilling. Like, what bad things did Team Star do? Let's look that up. What did Team Star do? In reality, they are a club formed by victims of bullying at a school who plan to fight back against their wrongdoers, but due to the extremist measures they took to accomplish their goals, they were framed as the aggressors. So they are a bullying support group, guys. It's a bully support group. The people who had years of some level of trauma, I'm not saying bad, medium, whatever, just some level of trauma, and they're a support group for each other. And you as the protagonist, while you're trying to investigate the mysteries of Titan Pokemon and trying to complete gym badges, you're like, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna break up this support group. Why? Why are we involved in this? And then at the end, now obviously it's framed and they do actions that are very lightly bad. Like they talk about, or these listings talk about the kid pressuring other people to join their organization. Okay. At my front door, I get Jehovah's Witnesses trying to get me to join their organization. Does that mean Jehovah's Witnesses are bad? No. And I want to very quickly say no. Trying to get people to join your organization is not a bad thing. The president of Team Star does steal Pokédollars. Who's the president of Team Star? You mean Penny? Yeah, Penny, but like we said, Penny has zero communication with any of the members of the Team Star factions. So the fact that she's over here committing crimes has nothing to do with the rest of them. Like, all the evidence we have in game says that the 5 members that lead the factions of Team Star have jobs to pay for all the stuff that they build. Like, as far as we can tell, they are productive members of society. That they just like to dress in silly manners and have, quote, gang meetings where they don't do criminal stuff. Alright, so, and again, remember the thing that we started on to try and outline here is defining, is the story of Scarlet and Violet disjointed? Well, we have how many characters now that have nothing to do with each other? We've got Arvid. We've got Nimona. We've got Penny. We've got the 5 leaders of Team Star. So we now have 8 characters that have 0 character motivation to ever speak to one another. Much less have meaningful interactions. Like, they have no reason to even be in the same place as each other, and for the most part, they aren't in the same place as each other. Like, they literally only group up at the very end because Game Freak wanted them to, even though it made 0 sense for them to. So, 8 characters, 0 interplay between them. This is the definition of disjointed storytelling. You literally just plopped random characters into a world that have nothing to do with each other, and none of these characters have any idea or interest in what's going on in the world. So they're not even connected to the world they're in. Like, the 5 leaders of the factions, they are in their own little bubble. They have no interplay with the towns other than some petty crimes that honestly I don't even remember what they did. It was, if I recall, it was very minor, silly things. And I think in one case, they were saying that this faction of Team Star had blocked off access on the roads. Except you could clearly just walk around them. Like, it was very dumb. And like, the Titan Pokemon is a big deal. Like, the world is changing around you. And these 5 characters that are 5 of the main characters you interact with just don't want to have anything to do with it. And they never have anything to do with it. So when your characters aren't connected to each other, and each of them independently is not even connected to the world they exist in, like, I cannot imagine more flawed writing than this. You've plopped in characters that don't belong in the universe you plop them into. Last I checked, in a living, breathing world, people, i.e. characters, are a product of their experiences in the world they exist in. Except these 5 characters aren't that, other than they were bullied. Okay? Their only character trait is, I was bullied, therefore I'm going to exist in my own pocket universe and never interact with anything else in the world. Okay? That's a writing choice. I'd argue a really, really bad one. Penny. What does Penny even do in the story? Does Penny do in the story? She leads Team Star. No, she doesn't. So the AI says she leads Team Star. No, she doesn't. We just talked about that. She literally has zero involvement with them. Operation Starfall. Yeah, she is working behind the scenes to disband Team Star. The people that she was bullied alongside back in the day off screen, she wants to put an end to their support group. Great, fantastic. Let's see. Yeah, so she has no involvement in the story, assuming the AI has given me a fairly broad view of that. And I mean, this is what I recall as well. And I love the first discussion post here. Penny is a bully and a terrible person. Yes. Yes. But so she's existing on her own. She's funding herself by, according to you guys in chat, by stealing money. And what's her involvement with your rival? Zero. What's her involvement with the Titan Pokemon storyline? Zero. Oops. What's her involvement with the world she exists in? She has, I'll agree, she has involvement with the school, and she has involvement with... She has story involvement with Team Star, but it's all stuff that happens off screen. It's not part of the story we experience as the player. We're just told what happened, which is, at the very least, that is extremely lazy storytelling. Just saying, oh, trust me, this happened. Oh. Remember, the big guiding line should be show, don't tell. And when I say show, don't tell, I don't mean don't have dialogue. Because dialogue is one of the ways you show the story. Great example. This is one that everyone will know, is storytelling through the dialogue in the original Star Wars trilogy. How do we learn the personalities of characters? We don't have someone say, oh, Leia is a strong, brave woman. We're never told that. We're shown that by the way she converses with other characters, by the way she holds herself and the way she conducts herself when in a combat situation. We don't need someone to tell us who she is and why she does the things she does, because we're shown that through the things she chooses to say and how she reacts to situations and people. In the case of the Team Star storyline, everything that motivates their actions and everything that is an honest everything that is a reflection of them and how they react to things in their environment, we're just told how they react. We're never shown. Because, and part of that is the point in time when we're joining the story. All of the major events of their storyline has already happened. And that's also true for Penny. The major stuff that motivates her all happened beforehand, and we're just told that it happened. Okay? Again, lazy storytelling, disjointed storytelling. Then finally, the rival is the most one-note character ever. She has no... Like, she's connected with the world in that she wants to become the champion. It's very milquetoast, basic rival stuff. No interplay with the other storylines, so there's nothing there. I'm trying to think if the gym leaders had any interplay with the other stories. No, I don't believe so. The only character that has interplay with each of the stories throughout the game is the headmaster of the school, Clavel. I believe he's the only one who had involvement in all of the storylines because he's kind of puppeteering all of the storylines. Well, so your points of contact between these stories are a silent protagonist and one character. That's it. Okay, did some research on Penny. She stole LP, which from what I've just did a quick Google search on is a 1-to-1 conversion to Poké Dollars or whatever the main currency is called. But yeah. You agree now that Violet's horrible? So I'm not going... I have not made a claim so far, and I've not made an argument so far that Scarlet and Violet are horrible games. I have only said... I've only made the claim and made the argument that their writing, specifically, is disjointed and bad. And that's only in the context of the interconnectedness and believability of the world of Scarlet and Violet. That's it. Another aspect of writing that I think the game fails on entirely is developing characters. So, and the way the test for this is very quick. I didn't like the gameplay too much. I hated what they did with the shiny odds. I mean, I didn't care for the gameplay, but I'm not gonna sit here and try to break that down to say it's definitively bad. There's too many aspects of that, and I don't want to spend the next 10 hours trying to break that down. But I do want to cover the concept of character building and character development. And this is a very easy test. There's sort of two tests here. Pick a character and ask yourself, okay, what is this character's personality outside? And you cannot say what happened to them or what they did. Tell me what their personality is. Quintessential example of this that's a positive example is Han Solo Star Wars. Up until the sequel trilogy. We won't talk about that. But in the original trilogy, who is Han Solo as a person? Okay, he's clearly jaded. He is a loner, doesn't let a lot of people close. But the people who he is close with, meaning Chewie, he keeps his friends extremely close and he clearly holds them dear to him. Thanks again for this info. Dude, I love breaking this stuff down. You're playing Pokemon Sun now? Good, good. And you should definitely perform these tests while playing. You should absolutely perform these tests I'm about to outline. So I just did that test with Han Solo of character development. And remember, we weren't told any of this because talk is cheap, right? If someone tells you, oh, so-and-so is a good person, you probably shouldn't just believe that. No matter who the person is that's telling you that, talk is cheap. The question is, what are the actions of that person, and does that mean they're a good person? That same logic applies to storytelling. So, a great a counter example to Han Solo would be Captain Marvel. Everything about her personality and character, we are told by other people commenting about her. and we're told through flashbacks. And literally in the flashbacks, it's narrated what happens. But then, at the same time, the actions we see her perform and the way we see her converse and hold herself is at odds with the things we've been told. So that would be a counterexample. Now let's apply that test to some characters in Scarlet and Violet. So let's take Emona. Can we define a personality for her? Probably. She is excessively goal-oriented. She's what's the word? Excessively competitive. She clearly values the well-being and growth of those around her. Okay. Good character building. Got it. Fantastic. Okay. Penny. Oh, I need to probably search more than just Penny. So Penny from Scarlet and Violet. Who is she as a person? She is... How would I frame this? She is quiet and soft-spoken. She has clear goals that she actively pursues and will not... She is... What's steadfast is the word I want. She is steadfast in her resolve to accomplish any goal she set for herself. Okay, so through her actions, can say that's a strong character. Let's move on to, and we already talked about Arven, and I don't need to prove that he's a solid character. Like, time and time again, we're shown what kind of person he is. But the moment we get past those three characters, and Clavel, let's just grant that he's a character that exists and there's good building on him. I honestly think he's one of the best written characters in the game. But let's move past the four main characters there down to the next most involved characters, which is probably Team Star. Okay, let's take any one of these characters. What is their personality? The music switched perfectly. I mean, you're not wrong. So, red-haired chick. Don't remember her name. She's angry and tough. But literally, it's just that. It's surface level. There's nothing deeper. There's no complexity to her character because we don't have enough time with her character to know anything. And that's the same experience you have with all five of these characters. Like, entirely one-dimensional, partially because there's no time. Like, there's so much going on that there's no time to learn these characters. And part of the way Red and Blue cheat in this regard is Team Rocket is not a bunch of different characters. Team Rocket is effectively two characters. There's Giovanni and there is Team Rocket Grunts. Two characters. Limiting your scope is always going to help you develop things better. How would you introduce a new character properly partially into the game? It depends on what their function is. If they are just a side character that has existed in the world, and the main character is just now encountering them, okay? They don't need to be complex or involved. But they do need to have some connection to the world they live in. At the bare minimum is required for all characters that exist. Potential complex character for later on. I would say if you're at something like the 75% mark in your game, in your story, don't introduce a complex character. As a guideline. Like, obviously, if you know what you're doing, any rule I've put forward here, you can break. No, like 10 or 20% into the game? Well, 10 to 20% into the game, you're still in the early stages. You can introduce anything you want. And how to introduce a complex character successfully? Introduce the character. Have them do things in the presence of the main character, the player character, that are observable and illustrate who they are as a person. That simple. Let's go back to the golden example of Han Solo. What is the first thing we learn about Han Solo? Okay. He's talking with Greedo. Greedo has a gun on him. He shoots Greedo. And we're not talking about the George Lucas rewrite of that scene. No. We're talking about the original. Okay? In that moment, what have we learned? So, he has a laid-back pose, but he was clearly ready to defend his life in that moment. Okay? So, it tells us immediately the person we see is not necessarily who he is. It shows us that he's shielded, that he has a front that he uses to manipulate people. Additionally, he is not averse to violence for the sake of, at the very least, protecting his own life. And that all of that takes place in the span of, what, about 10 seconds? Amazing. Absolutely amazing introduction to a character. And, like, to be able to accomplish all of those notes of a personality within 10 seconds, all of that without a single spoken word. Like, obviously there was dialogue in that moment, but the things we're learning about the character have nothing to do with what he said. It's all about what he did in those moments. Fantastic. Now, you don't have to be able to write on that level. You can introduce a character, and maybe they're a mysterious villain type, right? And so the main character just sees them briefly, and then a little bit later in the story, you encounter them again, and you're witnessing them say or do something that further illustrates who they are. And the thing to remember whenever you're writing anything, if you want it to be compelling writing, is anything and everything a character says or does is part of their character. The words they choose to use, the actions they choose to perform, the places they choose to go, are all aspects of who they are as a person. Like you, for example, Phineas. What you chose to eat for breakfast, that's part of who you are as a person. It might be a very small part. It's still an aspect of you as a person and your character. And that's something that's so commonly neglected in modern writing, is this idea that literally everything is storytelling. You can't just have a character do something and not expect, and expect specifically that it not reflect on that character. Great example is Spider-Man No Way Home. Minor spoilers for Spider-Man No Way Home if you haven't seen it. When Peter Parker is going to Doctor Strange to resolve his problem of people knowing he's Spider-Man, within just a few moments, Doctor Strange has already taken Peter Parker down into this dungeon with all the magic gizmos and has started casting this spell that's going to rewrite the universe. And Doctor Strange, at no point in this, thought, hey, maybe we should slow down and really iron out what Peter Parker wants out of this spell. Like, specifically, what situation, what outcome is desirable here. Because you're about to rewrite the universe. Guys! So, that scene was just thrown in because we needed to, you know, get going so the story can happen with Peter Parker. Well, what did that scene communicate to me about Doctor Strange? Okay, Doctor Strange, as of that scene, we've learned he's impulsive, he doesn't plan things out, he's irresponsible, and he's excessively negligent at the point where he stops casting and then starts recasting the spell. The fact that he does that multiple times tells me he can't even intelligently react to the things happening in front of him, much less plan ahead. Like, the moment Peter Parker is saying, oh, wait, I don't want so-and-so to forget me, the moment he said that, the logical reaction should be, okay, stop casting the spell. And we're shown that he's able to stop it because he can restart it. So you've just murdered that character. You've told me that he is a terrible leader, a terrible strategist. He's not intelligent in any way, shape, or form. You threw in a scene that has communicated what I assume is the opposite of what you want to define that character as. And I'm sure the writers thought, oh, we need this scene to happen, so just do it. Everything is character. You cannot have a scene that isn't communicating character because the people exist in that universe. That simple. And so when you're writing your story for your games, always keep in mind that these people ostensibly exist, or to put in different words, theoretically exist within this universe. So they need to act accordingly. They should be people, first and foremost, that are products of their environments and their personality. Like, there's generally what I do when writing a character is I say, okay, what's the core of this person at base? And then I layer on how have they been shaped by their experiences on top of that. That's how I create my baseline of a character. And then I put them in a scene and I go, okay, based on their personality that I've formulated based on those two steps, how would they act in this situation? I would say think of it as you don't get to write scenes. You get to write characters, and then those characters write the scenes for you. And keep in mind, this is an extremely difficult thing to do when writing a story. Because you need to be able to put yourself in the frame of reference of every single character. And this is why, in general, I give the advice to younger writers who do not have a giant ensemble cast in your story. Because unless you are really experienced in putting yourself in someone else's shoes and in in the case of a big ensemble cast, you're going to have a lot of shoes that you need to put yourself into. Keep the scope small. Write what you know, or what you at least can successfully simulate within your mind. And an aspect of this is something I mentioned a long time ago to Still Needs Work. We were talking about this. Never, or almost never, write a character that is more intelligent than you. Because, by the nature of how intelligence works, you will not be capable of acting in a way that is more intelligent than you are. Like, your intelligence is a capacity on how you're able to act and think in the vector of intelligence. So trying to simulate a character that's more intelligent than yourself, you literally can't. Now, in other vectors, you certainly can simulate a character that's better at something than yourself. For example, can you imagine what it's like to be a better artist than yourself? Certainly. I may not be able to understand every aspect of that, but I can certainly look to examples, and I can at least conceptualize those artists from real life and how they act and what they do. And to a lesser degree, you can do that with intelligent characters, but it's going to be much, much harder. And in the case of characters with a greater intelligence than yourself, you're going to have to heavily, heavily, heavily lean on other people. So if you want to write a genius medical doctor, your best bet is to go interview a real genius medical doctor. Like, write out a very rough surface level progression of your story, and then formulate questions for someone that you're going to interview based on the story beats that you want, and ask that person how they would handle the situations you pose to them. This is, as far as I can tell, the only way to successfully write this kind of character. And this is a big failing of, I think, all modern day writers in the film industry and TV, is this: writers seem to have this idea that they don't need to lean on other people, that they should be able to write on their own. Well, all the greatest authors that have ever existed, they were not an island. They went out, they interviewed people, they hired professionals to come on set and consult on movies. And it is so easy to get these things, especially if you have the funding that goes into modern day movies. I mean, if your budget is $250 million, spend a few thousand to interview professionals. It's so easy and so cheap. There you go. That's my advice on introducing and writing realistic and compelling characters. See, I was also asked about Gen 6. Gen 6, that was that X and Y? That was X and Y. I did play X and Y. I'll confess, I didn't pay a lot of attention to the story. Though I do recall that it had the same crutch as almost all the other Pokemon games of being linear. And writing a linear story is just always going to be easier on you as a writer. The Gen 6. Let me try and refresh my memory. Pokemon XY story. If I recall correctly, X and Y was pretty generic, which is fine. Like, the story, if I recall correctly, was serviceable. It was a long time ago I played this, though, guys. When did this come out? Yeah, 2013. And I played, I think, 1 year after release. So, it's been over a decade, so bear with me. Let's see. Plot. Game takes place in star-shaped Kalos region. Actually, I never even noticed it's a star. That's that bad. I guess because you don't see, like, the way it outlines the map in-game, you don't see the mountains that make the points. Many location landmarks, real-world inspiration. Similar to previous, X and Y both follow a linear storyline. Main events occur in fixed order. Yeah, so like I said, it is linear, and most of the games are linear, and I think Scarlet and Violet proves that Game Freak cannot handle anything beyond a linear storyline, which is fine. This is something I talk about a lot in the context of my own game and my development, is know your limitations. Know what you aren't capable of, and then work within those limitations. Best example that you see on my channel all the time is I have little to no skill in the area of visual artistry, like drawing, painting, anything like that. Pixel art, I can't do any of it very well. So I've come up with processes for producing assets that circumvents my need to have those skills. Part of that is buying assets. Great. Knowing what you aren't good at is just as valuable as knowing what you are good at. Play to your strengths, work around your weaknesses. Don't just soldier through on everything you're bad at. Now, that doesn't mean don't improve. If there's an area where you can reasonably improve to the point that you can produce the quality you want, have at it. Just also recognize that's going to take extra time. Now, if there's something that you don't plan to improve on, like for me, I don't plan on learning to produce pixel art. I don't plan on learning to create 3D animations. That's fine. I can go pay other people for their skills in those areas. So in the context of Game Freak, they seem to be absolutely unwilling to hire new talent that could fix their problems. Okay. Then don't create games that highlight your shortcomings. If your teams are not capable of writing non-linear stories, don't make games with non-linear stories. If you can't handle complex and well-involved characters within stories, don't create characters in situations that should be deep and complex. Like Giovanni from Red and Blue. He's a villain who likes having power, and he seeks that power through acquisition of Pokemon. Great. Simple character, clear motivations. He doesn't need to be more complex. Target that. Let's see. They soon befriend trainers, all of whom are called to meet Sycamore. They encounter Team Flare, whose goals first seem to be geared toward making money off of Pokemon, but it's revealed that their true goal is to annihilate humanity. Yeah. They're kind of like crazed environmental terrorists, if I recall correctly, which, I mean, they're humans that exist like that. Not exactly a deep and complex character who's just said, humans bad, destroy all humans. But it's fine. Let's see. 30 from the region power plant. Addressed by Lysander through the Holocaster. So, talking about complexity of storyline, there's not much here. We've got some interesting lore and backstory with the special Floette historically, and that's good. It's nothing too complex, nothing too involved, but it's good. Let's see. The villain creates basically a nuke that's going to destroy the world using the legendary on the box. Which apparently will come to fruition with the next game. Oh, you mean the potentially having that Floette obtainable? That would be cool. From what I've heard, those are just rumors. AZ is what I'm talking about. Yeah, I'm aware. And allegedly there's leaks that say that that Floette will be in the game, but who knows? Yeah, it's a simple, straightforward storyline. As far as the characters, I don't recall any of them being too involved, but they all have, or I shouldn't say that, too complex. But I remember all the characters having clear motivations. One example is... Where is she? Serena, her motivation is very simple. Trying to become stronger with her Lucario and strengthen and maintain and build that bond with her partner Pokemon. Great. It's simple, it's serviceable, it's consistent. I love the gameplay loop, also had the best gimmick to date. I actually thought it wasn't going to be a gimmick. I thought that was just going to be a new addition to Pokemon perpetually. And then Gigantamax happened and I cried. I firmly believe that Mega Evolution being a gimmick was a massive misstep on Game Freak's part. Because that was a perfect vector to do a few things. One, buff old Pokemon. Two, fill up your entries of new Pokemon each generation without having to start from scratch. It's a really smart idea. None of the others make sense? Agreed. Gigantamax as a concept makes zero sense in that universe. Like, it's already a problem in the cohesiveness of the universe that 10-year-olds are going out there and collecting Pokemon that can move mountains. With Gigantamax, you now have 10-year-olds going out there catching rats that they can now grow to the size of skyscrapers and demolish cities. Like, you don't even need to go out and catch a legendary to destroy the world now. You can go catch a Rattata. What? And just Gigantamax it. Oh, okay. And then Terastallizing is another one that I thought was just a really lame mechanic for a couple reasons. And I think Scarlet and Violet mechanically really highlights Game Freak's inability to plan for the future with game mechanics. One example, this one I love because it's completely and totally busted within the context of the games, not necessarily competitively, but absolutely broken, is Scarlet and Violet cannot, like, even if they wanted to, they could not allow Machamp to be transferred into it. The Pokemon Machamp. Why? Why is that? Let's go to Cerebi. Why can Machamp never be allowed into Scarlet and Violet? And why is it a problem? And they've actually created a problem where it's going to be difficult. Like, they're going to have to figure out some patch to fix him if they ever want to allow players to use Machamp again in any future game. Why? Machamp has the ability No Guard. Okay? In Gen 1, Machamp could learn Fissure, which is a one-hit KO move with low accuracy. Okay? No Guard makes moves 100% accurate, no matter what. Okay? Well, is this a problem? Okay, well, the Gen 1 games, like the original Gen 1 games, cannot transfer to modern generations. Period. Doesn't work. Okay, so we're safe, right? Oh, but Virtual Console happened. Well, how did they avoid this problem with Virtual Console transferring to modern generations, like in Sword and Shield? All Pokemon that are transferred from the Gen 1 Virtual Console games are given their hidden ability. Steadfast, in this case. Great. We've avoided it. But wait, there's an item that lets me change ability, called Ability Capsule, I believe. But we've also created that item such that all it does is let you switch between abilities. If there are two, it doesn't let you go between hidden ability and regular ability. Great. So Machamp can transfer to Sword and Shield. Scarlet and Violet introduced a different item, though. I think it was called Ability Patch. I think that's what it's called. Ability Patch can, yeah, Ability Patch is used on a Pokemon that has a hidden ability. It switches to or from the hidden ability. Well, now we can have a Machamp in Pokemon Home that has Fissure. And now, no matter what its current ability is, if it transfers into a game that has the Ability Patch item, you can now have a one-hit KO move that's 100% accurate. This tells me that Game Freak doesn't know how to plan ahead. Because where they introduce this with the Virtual Console, the obvious choice is to say, okay, any moves that the Pokemon could learn in Gen 1 but can't learn in later gens, just remove them. It's that easy. Or, you know, if you want to be nice to the player, give them the opportunity to replace those moves when you're transferring over. But, like, at the very, very worst, just drop the moves that can't be learned. But they didn't do that. Instead, they made sure that they didn't introduce the Ability Patch item, but they did introduce Ability Capsule. Which means they were almost certainly thinking about the concept of ability patch. And let me actually ask this. Can you get it in Sword and Shield? Oh. So ability patch, can it... I thought it can go from hidden ability to regular ability. Is that not the case? I don't like using Game Ape because I think most of this is AI generated, but... Okay, so ability patch cannot be used to go back from hidden ability. Okay, so they didn't introduce... I am mistaken. I take back what I said about Machamp not being introducible, but do you see how there's some fragility there? Like, they had to introduce these limitations because they were unwilling to fix this problem. I think it's a little silly to not let you switch from hidden ability back to regular ability. I think that's weird. But they have to do that because they were unwilling to introduce comprehensive fixes here. And there's several examples of just terrible, terrible balance that have been introduced in Scarlet and Violet that mean that any Pokemon that's not currently accessible in that generation, what they did do was make a whole lot of other issues with terrestrialization, though. Yep. Earthworm? Yeah. And terrestrialization is actually why they had to remove certain moves. Great example, Hidden Power. If Hidden Power had been in Scarlet and Violet, you now have 2 moves you can put on any Pokemon that will have a type of your choice. That's crazy. That means special sweepers are now just better than physical sweepers. They were already arguably better, but now your type coverage is just not limited. Earthworm with electric terrestrialization means it has no weakness. Is that true? Earthworm, steel type, electric. Right, I thought that when you... Earth Eater. That's right, that's right. Though no weakness Pokemon have existed for a long time, right? I thought no weakness Pokemon have existed for a while. Electric only had one weakness, ground. I don't know about others though. So any Pokemon with Levitate, this becomes the same issue, right? For tanky characters and Orthworm moveset, it's kind of a yikes. So, for example, Hydreigon, very much a competitive Pokemon. But Hydreigon's not accessible in... Oh, no, it is accessible in Gen 9. Have weakness to Dragon? Wait, how does Terrastalize work with defenses? Also, Terrastalize as a mechanic to me is too complicated anyway for Pokemon. Like the fact that the way it changes typing but has different ways it works with stab and all that, it feels very silly and disjointed with the way the Pokemon universe is supposed to work. So yeah, it changes to its Terra type. Okay, so Hydreigon Terra type to Electric. What weakness does it have? I don't think it has any, right? Hydreigon wouldn't be flying type anyway, but Hydreigon it isn't immune to ground by flying, it's immune because of Levitate. So any Pokemon with Levitate is going to... Hey, Binkley. It's going pretty good. We broke down how disjointed and terrible the writing is in Scarlet and Violet, and now we're discussing balance. Yeah, that's why I'm looking up the ability Levitate. All of these Pokemon, if you Terrastalize to Electric, have no weakness. See, it's horrible. Yeah. Oh no, I have no qualms with saying Terrastalize as a mechanic is one of the worst things Game Freak has ever introduced in a game in terms of balance, build diversity for teams. Oh, because essentially all it did was there's a few different vectors that a Pokemon can be good at. A Pokemon can be good with stats. A Pokemon can be good with coverage. A Pokemon can be good with typing. Pokemon can be good with the stats, moves, typing. That's it, right? I guess you can throw ability on there. Okay? Well, now you can freely change one of those. Well, actually, not just one of those. You can freely change two of those. They tried to fix this with DLC, which introduced stellar typing. But, how does stellar typing help, though? Anyway, what I was saying there is, so you've got those 4 vectors that a Pokemon can be good at. And the idea, just like in game development, you've probably heard other developers talk about, when it comes to enemies, you can be fast, tanky, or high damage. And you can pick 2 of those at most. You should not try to use all 3 because it won't be an engaging experience for the player. With Pokemon, I would say there's probably supposed to be a similar rule. You can pick 2. You can have good moves, you can have good stats, but you probably shouldn't have good typing or good abilities along with those 2. Having good moves and a good ability, great. But you probably shouldn't have great stats or a great typing along with that. An example of one like that is one of my favorites. Ninetales with Drought. Drought Ninetales is one of my favorites for comboing with all kinds of stuff in doubles. It's got absolutely stellar moves in terms of coverage. It has one of the best abilities in the game. Its stats, while good, are subpar for a sweeper. And it's not tanky, like you can blast through it pretty easy. Kanto Ninetales, regular Ninetales, has Drought. And let's see, what were the four? The typing. Fire typing has a bunch of weaknesses. Now, I take that same Ninetales, which, if I recall correctly, is not accessible in... Is it accessible in Scarlet and Violet? Oh, it is accessible. But I take that same Ninetales. And... Okay, so I've got a good ability that doubles my fire damage. I've got great moves for coverage and for just plowing through with damage on fire type. I can cover up the fire type with a better typing very easily with paratyping. Now, my only weakness on Ninetales is stats. So the only vector my enemies or my opponents have to attack Ninetales is they just have to be faster and have higher stats. Okay, well now, having my options for dealing with this opponent. So let's say if I'm an opponent of a Cantonian Ninetales. My only option is I need a fast sweeper to get in there and do enough damage to get rid of it before it can destroy my team. And I don't even know what type it's going to be because it could terrastalize. So I have to have, in order to counter this, and this sort of logic applies to any of the powerful sweepers, is I have to have something on my team for countering terrastalize sweepers. And so it has to be something like a Garchomp. It has to be something fast that hits like a tank. That's my only option. Which means at least one member of my team, one slot of the 6, is taken up by that, which means I can't then build something like a Baton Pass team. Or that's one slot that can't be used with Baton Pass. That's another slot that can't be a staller. Excuse me. Yeah, and while this is definitely a departure from game dev today, I think this is a good discussion because it highlights the need to consider the consequences of the things you introduce when it comes to balancing. So what is stellar typing? Stellar type moves are super effective against other Terra Pokemon. Okay, so this basically means you have to have a stellar type on your team. Because of the reasons we've highlighted, the risk of an Earthworm Terra Electric being your opponent, you really need to have a stellar type. They introduced that as a patch to deal with Terra types in the DLC. Yeah, I had heard about it, but There was no way I was buying the DLC after how bad that game was. Absolutely no way. So I know almost nothing about the DLC other than stellar typing. But, and the fact that they had to introduce this to nerf Terastalize in the DLC for the game that introduced it just shows me, okay, Game Freak has no ability to plan for the consequences of the mechanics they introduce. They spent little to no time looking at what this would do competitively. And this kind of highlights, this segues into what is it? New Pokemon. They're making the like purely competitive game. What was announced? Not new, upcoming maybe. Was it Pokemon Champions? Yeah. Pokemon Champions, which is, from what I can tell, basically Pokemon Showdown. Which to me, this game existing at all in any stage of development is just an admission by Game Freak saying, hey, we don't know how to balance. The weird case, it has no weaknesses either, if I remember. Unless it's Terra typing. Yeah. This to me is Game Freak just saying, we have no clue how to balance things, so we're gonna make a game where you can just decide what the rules are. Like, if you don't like Terra typing, you can just say, I'm not doing battles with Terra typing. That's awful. You've just admitted you don't know how to develop your own games. Like, dude, just hire some people from Riot. Like, League of Legends is constantly rebalancing stuff. Hire some people from them, or, you know, hire Riot. And, like, just contract out the balancing work. It would be so easy. And it's not like they don't have the money. But Game Freak is so insular, it doesn't want to have any sort of input from anyone other than themselves. And this goes hand in hand with what I was saying earlier about them not wanting to hire outside talent that could fix a lot of their problems. They have this idea that they need to come up with all of the answers on their own. The same way I said that was a problem with writers in a lot of modern movie and TV writing. It's a problem in game development. If you don't know how to do something, don't just soldier through on the same path. Look to at least get help in learning. I love making the dumbest builds in League of Legends. It's so off meta that no one really knows how to deal with it. Yeah, and selfishness I don't think is the right word. I think the correct word is arrogance. We see this predominantly, like the most glaring example that everyone recognizes is in writing for TV and movies. Great example, or Pride, yeah. I think pride and arrogance are used interchangeably in this specific context. Like, what is arrogance if not just excessive pride in your own capabilities? One of the best examples is Rings of Power. the writers of Rings of Power, Lord of the Rings, Rings of Power, clearly believe that they know better than Tolkien. Just obviously, they believe they know better than Tolkien. And I think it's clear to most people that these authors clearly don't know better. And I think, particularly in the case of approaching a big intellectual property that is established, you should approach it with humility. Start basically everything from a standpoint of, I probably am not going to be good at this, or I'm probably not knowledgeable enough to address these things. Because if you start with that standpoint, you're going to naturally try to look for how you can get up to the level necessary to write, develop, etc. for these things. Humility is absolutely vital. I've mentioned this a few times before, but I'll mention it again. When I'm interviewing candidates for a job as a developer, one of the tests I try to give them is to test for arrogance or excessive pride. And the way I do this is I ask them, okay, let's say I have a new technology I want you implementing, a new library you've never seen before, and I need it, and it's all sort of whole cloth there, just needs to be embedded with a few service calls into a UI, which the specifics of what I just said is not really important. If you're a developer that works with web services, you'll know what I just said, but the specifics are irrelevant. The point is, it's something that the person isn't familiar with. I ask them, what is your first step? And there is a specific correct answer to my question for me. The correct answer is always go look up what other people have done. And the way you answer that can either be something like, well, I go Google it. If your answer to that question is, I go Google it, you've already won my vote for hiring you. Absolutely, right there. If you say, go check Stack Exchange, I immediately want to hire you. If you say, go look at the documentation, I'm less interested. You didn't fail the question, but you don't get bonus points. I was about to say, go find someone who knows. I have gotten that feedback in the past when I've given that question out, and I always followed up by saying, okay, you aren't able to find anyone who knows that you can talk to. I always followed up with that because I want to see what happens if they're literally on their own. What do they do? And if their reaction is not to go to Google or go to Stack Overflow, then I'd revert to my own studies. See, that to me is a failure. That would cause me to say, I don't want to hire this person. Oh, okay. If you're saying go, that means go to Google. Fair enough. When you said revert to your own studies, the way I read that statement is what I see from a lot of developers, which is, well, I'd start doing this, that, and the other based on what I learned in college. Okay, you've just wasted hours and hours and hours of company time because you believe you know better. I have no interest in hiring you at that point. If your pride is going to cost me money, I don't want to hire you. Humility is one of the most important skills for any developer. And far too few hiring managers look for this. And I've known a lot of hiring managers that specifically look for arrogance, not realizing that it's going to cost the company money. Like, it's great that this person can eventually solve all of this on their own. But that intern I just gave the task 3 hours ago has a working prototype because they just looked up how other people did it online. Great. This super knowledgeable, arrogant professional can get it done in a week. But the question is, do I care how they did it, or do I care that it's done? Is the only important question to me. While certain industries have specific requirements for how something is done, for instance, when it comes to stuff like copyright. But as you've seen on the channel, vetting copyright stuff is not overly difficult. It's a little time consuming, but you've seen many times where I've looked through copyright stuff and said, okay, and let me just change our visual while we're talking about this. You've seen me look through copyright documentation many times, and the time it took me to read through the copyright information and find assets and code and all this stuff was far faster than if I tried to do it on my own. Most of the knowledge I learned so far was either from word of mouth or Google. Absolutely. Arrogance is a pit that money gets thrown into all the time in industry. Or videos? Yeah. That's another response I've gotten that I think is a correct response, is go look up a YouTube video. There's been 2 developers I interviewed that their response was go look up a YouTube video. And immediately it was like, yes, we should hire them. And I've been on panels where I've asked those questions, and when someone said, well, I'd Google it, and that was their full answer. I've had people on the panel with me after the fact. Like, if you've never done a panel interview, the way they typically work is the panel comes together with little or no prep. You ask your questions, and then you have about an hour meeting afterward to discuss the answers the candidate gave. That's typically how it has worked in my experience. And I've had people on the panel say afterwards that, well, I really didn't like their answer to your question there. Why? Well, it didn't really showcase that they had any knowledge of it. And I tell them, that's not the point. The point is, I want to know that they're not going to waste time arrogantly trying to solve everything themselves. I want to know that this candidate is going to swallow their pride and go ask for help so we can speed things up and development costs less. That's so vital. And like, I've been able to convert a lot of people in their thinking toward this, because bottom line is king when it comes to producing something with a company. And it's just wild to me that it takes convincing, though, because to me it's so intuitive and obvious that you should want your developers to find the quickest way to solve problems rather than trying to solve it themselves. I always say there's nothing wrong with asking. Yeah. And the best way I've seen to, because you don't want to just always be asking questions, right? You do want your developers to learn and grow, because that drives long-term success. And if your developer is just instantly going to ask about stuff, that's not good either. And every environment's going to have a different metric for this, but what I've seen in the most successful place I ever worked in was they said, if you've been working on something for 30 minutes and have not made progress, go ask. if you've made no progress or no if you've made negligible progress in 30 minutes, go ask someone for help. And I think that's a really good standard. Now, depending on the environment, it might be 1 hour. It might be 2 hours. If you're in a really intense environment, it might be 15 minutes. So honestly, if you're in an environment that is 15 minutes, you need to go ask a question, that's probably too chaotic of an environment, and I would not recommend working there. Now, any rules I state, obviously are going to have exceptions. Like if you're working on, I don't know, a space program, and you need to have up to the minute answers on simulations and calculations, okay, maybe in that specific instance you need like 15-minute cutoffs of not making progress. But in general, something like 30 minutes or an hour is pretty reasonable. Most places are going to be an hour. But that doesn't mean don't ever ask questions at the start either. So if you know literally nothing about something, which is why I pose the question the way I do in interviews, start by getting a baseline bit of information. Don't just try to muddle your way through with documentation. Because one, official documentation for stuff is almost universally awful. There's almost nothing I've ever found that the creator's documentation is good. It's for whatever reason, people cannot document their own stuff. The best documentation is always, or almost always, produced by the users of a product. But there you go. That's 2.5 hours of, or almost 2.5 hours of writing advice, work advice, game development advice. But a lot of the stuff we've covered here is applicable in any industry. Yeah, this is something that I'm very passionate about in teaching people, because I think these are things that everyone can improve on, and everyone should be able to approach some minimum standard on these issues. So like writing. Starting with humility in your writing is a great way to improve your writing. And everyone should start from that standpoint. I can't think of an instance where humility wouldn't be a good thing. Starting from a standpoint of humility in development work, also great for not wasting time. And I think in general, trying to think if there's any instance in life where humility isn't a virtue. Maybe in the realm of certain types of leadership. Even that though, because you can project confidence and be humble at the same time. You say you're pretty bad at writing? Yeah, man, I love helping people with writing. A friend of mine has been running a D&D campaign, and she comes to me every once in a while asking for input on the stuff she's writing. And inevitably, my advice always goes back to the basics of, who are these characters? What are the things that motivate them? What have they experienced that has shaped their motivations? And how is that going to drive their actions going forward? Like, it's very formulaic in a way, because every character is constructed the same way. Now, the ingredients that go into the stew are different, but the basic process is the same every time. I wish I could write that down. What do you mean? Not fast enough? Well, you should check out my YouTube channel, where all videos are archived. And you can pause, rewind, and replay. Please like and subscribe. I hate saying that so much. I hate it when I'm watching a video and people say, like and subscribe. And I hate saying it myself. But what's wild to me is that it actually works. Like, the videos where I say that, even jokingly, more people end up liking or subscribing. Now, on my YouTube channel, that's like 1 or 2 people right now, but... But I will have to take a note of what to put in the title of this video. Discussing writing quality. Best practices at work. There we go. Discussing plots. Yeah, unfortunately, there's a character limit on YouTube titles. In order to really outline all the things we've talked about today, I need like a paragraph. But you gotta keep things short and snappy for titles. Okay. Let's actually get to some code. But this was all, I think, very good discussion. You put in the description and timestamps. Bruh. On average, I'm streaming 6 hours a day. I've got also work stuff that's got to happen off stream. That's usually a minimum of an hour to 2 hours a day. And going through my videos and putting timestamps for all the different topics. Bruh. That's not happening. Because that would add at least a half hour. At least. Maybe someday I'll be able to hire an editor. Maybe. You could ask other people in the comment section. Dude, if at some point I can get a viewer that likes putting timestamps, oh, that'll be heaven. Like, I've seen some YouTubers that get a following that there'll be like 1 or 2 people that enjoy putting timestamps to stuff. It's like, oh my god, please come to my channel, please. That's why I suggested. Yeah, no, so Zemius, maybe you are that viewer. Be the change you want to see. And this is in no way self-serving. I don't know what you're talking about. Let's see. Why scale? Uniform, float, skew, round skew, tent range, doop-a-doop. But you have your own stuff to work on, no promises? Fair. Very fair. Oh, man. I know, like, the YouTube channel exists for two basic purposes. It acts as an archive, so if there's any of my content that you want to go see how it was made, it's there in a semi-searchable capacity. So that's the viewer reason. The other reason is I want an archive of that stuff, so if at a later date I decide to hire an editor to start making edited content and YouTube shorts for that stuff, then I have that well saved, backed up, and accessible. Yeah. I'm not too worried about at this stage having nice manicured videos. It's not what it's for. I enable the like auto timeline thing from YouTube, which does a decent job. Haven't done much with video editing? Yeah, I've done zero video editing, except for the videos I post on Twitter. That's all I do with video editing. Oh, right. What is the range of this? If I have this right, this needs to go probably from something like -5 up to 5. Probably. Create modified YUV to scale down shadow for slanted right. Create modified XUV for angle of light. And we're going to put that in quotes because there's not an actual light source. It's a illusion of light source. Oops. Done a few videos, added music and sound effects and put the parts. That's fair. I haven't even done that. Now, what do I want to do here? Modded uv.x equal to something. Actually, modded UVX maybe should be calculated before all of this. I want to try that because even the stuff down here should be slanted, like below what my ground level is. UV as in UV map. Not the same thing as a Blender UV map. So it's not the same thing as like UV and 3D stuff. It kind of is. But what I'm doing here is I'm modifying my UV quote map to distort the image that comes through from the mind explaining how it works? I don't mind explaining how it works. I just don't know how it works. So I can't explain it. I would love to be able to explain it. I just do not know enough. Sorry. Sounds like it's kind of like a layer. So I'll try my best really quick. So what is this function? This is the fragment function. During rendering, you have a few steps that occur. You've got your you have your assets file, which is something like a PNG. Okay. That then gets loaded in to, what do I want to call this? Let's call this we're gonna call this thing the game engine. I don't need the text quite that big, thank you. I've noticed you use mouse a lot. Oh, absolutely. Okay, so that gets loaded into the game engine, which does things like, what all does that do? That does position, rotation, scaling, and that's it. There's a few other things that can happen there, but they will very commonly be overwritten by fragment code if you have fragment code. Okay. Next, we get something called a fragment. And what do I want to use to represent this? Because it's not the same as a pixel. What is a fragment? I don't know how I want to represent this visually. So I'm just gonna put a square that's rotated, and we're gonna call that a fragment. Fragments are much smaller than a pixel. So much smaller than a pixel. And these are the things that I'm operating on in the fragment function. Let me get a little more Blackboard here so I can talk about that. Now, what is fragment code? So within fragment code, you've got two things. You've got color. Actually, let's use proper capitalization. And you've got UV. Okay. Color is the color of that fragment. Now, keep in mind, we're not at pixels yet, but in order to conceptualize this, think of fragments as just really, really, really tiny pixels. Imagine that for me. So you've got a color, and you've got a location, which is defined in the UV. And this is a map, sort of. Not like... It's a mathematical map that ranges from 0, 0 up to 1, 1. Okay. So UV is the coordinates, yes. But parts of this that don't make sense to me is if I multiply the UV by 2, sometimes, what this will mean is I'm now... Let me get more space. So if I multiply by 2, so let me just put an asterisk. So UV times 2 will end up being something like this. But that means my texture is only this. And so what this does in the end result is my image is shrunk. Because I'm not, when I multiply the UV by 2, I'm not changing the actual physical representation on screen. What I'm doing is changing my sampling view. And that's also why textures in the context of a shader are called samplers. So I'm changing the view with which I sample. And so when this whole square gets rendered on screen, it'll be the same size as what this square was. But the texture will only fill the top left. And that's part of why shader code is so confusing for me, specifically in the context of UV. Just makes absolutely no sense to me. Okay, so then after fragment, so you need a bigger resolution for UV. No. So if you don't multiply the UV, then you're still getting the whole image. It's just like changing the UV changes your sampling of the image, and that's what goes into the end result. Like this 0 to 1 is the whole image, period. So if this image is a 2x2 image, like 4 pixels 2x2, 0 to 1 is the whole 2x2. If your image is 8000 by 8000, this 0 to 1 is all 8000 by all 8000, is squeezed into this 0 to 1. If you multiply your UV by 2 for that 8000 by 8000, the entire 8000 by 8000 gets squeezed into the top left of whatever the size you drew for the game engine. So remember, in the game engine, we said it can be position, rotation, scaling. Well, if you scaled this down to be super small, this UV is not going to change that. You need to make another fragment with another color to fill the extra space. You don't make fragments. Fragments are the pieces that your code operates on. You don't create them. The engine creates them. So the fragments are automatically created during the rendering process. You have no control over that. You just control how it picks the colors of those fragments. That's the only thing you can pick. And that's what your fragment code does. So the UV tells it, from this texture, this is where I want you to pull data. And then I can additionally modify that in the fragment code. So like I could say, add 0.2 to the red, and then all of the colors in the image become a bit more red. Okay, and then after I've operated on all the fragments, then we get pixels. That. So here is where we finally get pixels on screen. I'm going to say on screen because the step that goes from engine pixels to screen pixels is basically nothing happening there for all we care about right now. So this is the process that rendering goes through. You have your file. Let me just put a dot here. That's very clear we're talking a file type. That feeds into the game engine where you do all of your like physics calculations and all that fun stuff. That once you get to the step of rendering while playing the game, that gets converted into fragments. Is this for pixel art only or all 2D? So pixel art is just an art style. This is how rendering works, period. This applies to 2D, this applies to 3D, this applies to absolutely everything that gets rendered ever. Unless for some reason you created a game engine that doesn't have shaders. Like, in theory, you could create an engine that just doesn't have this whole section. Like, you could do that. I don't know why you would, given there's nice engines out there that already have it for you, but you could do that. But no, this is how rendering works, period. And since we put so much work into that, let me go ahead and put that on the Discord. By the way, this visual is not in any way unique. There's tons of people explaining this out there in the wild. Game dev. Where did I put this? Explanation of how rendering works in game engines. Let's see, rendering engines / game engines work, and where shaders / fragment code gets executed. Got it. Okay, that is now saved. Just create an engine that only deals with lighting? I mean, that exists. There are people that have made lighting engines, and they plug them into game engines. I'm sure there are probably lighting plugins you can go download to plug into Godot. But that is what Fragment is. And this applies to canvas item shaders. There is another function that I'm not using here called Vertex, which in the context of 2D, Vertex does almost nothing. Vertex lets you do things like rotate. So all the things that I do in the Godot engine with the inspector here, like scale, rotation, position, You can do that in the vertex function of a shader as well. It just doesn't update the actual position of things. It only updates the displayed position. And there's some things you can do in there that you can't do out here. But the thing to remember with Vertex, all assets or all objects within 2D only have 4 vertices. So you can't do something like so I can't create a wavy pattern here because there are no vertices along this side. There's only 4 vertices. Now, for 3D, which would be a spatial shader, all of the vertices in your model are accessible in that shader. So you can do fancy stuff in 3D with the vertex function. That's my understanding. I haven't actually used a spatial shader yet, so double check me on that if you're trying to do stuff in 3D, but I believe that's how it works. Next, I want to try and calculate I want to try and put my modded... Oh no. That's what I wanted. Ooh. And I'm probably getting rid of that because I'm changing the way this shader works. So instead of trying to do all the complicated math for figuring out what the exact values on this are, I'm just gonna eyeball it. The most complex shading I've done is things like hypershift. Are we talking actual shaders? Or are we talking just shading on an image? Because those are not the same thing, of course. Shaders are code that executes on an image to dynamically change it. Oh, shading on an image, okay. And yes, Kurt, welcome. We are doing game devy stuff. Oh, right. Wanted to mention apologies yesterday. I let the stress of the shader get the better of me, and I got agitated, and I wanted to apologize to you guys. I lost my cool. That was not cool. Second thing. Happy birthday to me, Dum Dum! It's April Fool's Day, and Dum Dum, of course, is the foolishest of the fools. So obviously Dum Dum was born on April Fool's Day. Obviously. You need Gum Gum then? Oh, so I'm gonna get distracted again because I need to talk about this. I was reading a beautiful article. Chewing gum puts microplastics or releases microplastics into the body. Yeah, scientists issue urgent warning about chewing gum as they discover a single piece of chewing gum can release 250,000 microplastics into your body within an hour. Okay, scientists. If this is true, there's some things you need to take into account. Okay? We've had tons of studies showing that the amount of microplastics in humans has been increasing over time, and it's been attributed to things like pollution and packaging and all that stuff, right? Well, people have been chewing gum for a long time. So maybe, just hear me out here, maybe the issue isn't that we have an increasing number of microplastics in our body. Maybe the article is 6 hours old. That may be a 6 hour old one, but there's some from a few days ago as well. But since ancient times, if I remember, yes, I mean, if we're talking like literally going back to like gum trees and people chewing on the roots, yes, that's been around for ages. But that wasn't gum in the modern sense. When we're talking modern chewing gum, i.e. derived from styrene butadiene, that does go back to, I believe, at least the 50s. When was modern chewing gum created? Okay, 60s. Point being, we've been chewing gum for a long time, and a lot of our data shows that there was little to no microplastics in humans back in the 60s. Well, that, to me, amateur scientist that I am, suggests that instead of there being a massive surge of microplastics in humans, maybe we're just better at detecting it now. That would be my conclusion as an amateur scientist. It's not like, if these behaviors produced all these microplastics, then that would mean the people in the 60s should have also had that same outcome. Yes? Great. That tells me that we don't have some crisis of microplastics. We just have a better ability to detect them. Yeah, there's a... Generally speaking, guys, if you read an article that sounds urgent and it has anything to do with science, probably don't trust it. Almost certainly don't trust it. Because every scientific study that exists out there, just about, microplastics is only the beginning. Microfibers is the next level of micro things. Fair. Generally speaking, every study out there ends by saying, we need to study these other things to better understand this. But these articles ignore that and go, oh, I need to report on this immediately. Oh, it releases hundreds of thousands of microplastics. Right. But there's a lot of questions that need to be answered before you get people all worked up about this. You need to be asking questions like, okay, assuming that's even true. So first off, we need to ask, is it true? Like, can we replicate these findings? And is the thing being detected actually microplastics? It also says may, right? That's like, this is such... The moment you put may in an article like this, the way you and I should be reading it is, your chewing gum almost certainly does not release thousands of microplastics. That's the way may should be read by common readers. Chewing gum almost certainly does not release thousands of microplastics in your mouth. Now notice this article just says chewing gum is flooding your mouth with microplastics. Also, scientists issue urgent warning about chewing gum. Did they? Daily Mail, did they? Or did health.com or did Futurist write this article that's way more definitive than the scientific studies are? And are you reading that and then reporting on it with your own extra hyped buzz? Is that what's happening here? Because pro tip, urgent, may are all buzzwords. Well, I wouldn't say may is a buzzword. May is a legal out. May is a way of removing your accountability for the things you say. And it's really, really scummy, in my opinion. Because I can say there may be a group of interstellar kittens piloting teacups that are going to attack Earth. There may be that. Okay? That doesn't mean it's likely. Like, it doesn't mean it's true. And it doesn't even mean it's likely. Oh, these articles infuriate me. And the other thing I wanted to mention here is most of the time, only one article has been written. What ends up happening here is somebody, now I don't know if Futurism was the one who originally wrote this article, but usually what happens, one person writes it, then another organization writes an article based on that article. And now there's two articles. Oh. Well, now the more reputable sources, along comes AI. We're not even at AI yet, dude. AI is not even at play here yet. Like, pretend AI doesn't exist and the problem still happens that you're about to outline. So now there's two sources out there reporting this issue, even though there's really only one source. Well, now bigger organizations that have higher standards for vetting their sources go, oh, well, our standard is you need to have at least two sources that agree on something in order to report on it. Oh, well, I found two sources, even though one of my sources is citing the other of my two sources. For journalistic integrity or whatever, that still counts as two sources for these organizations. And so they release an article. Like, in this example, let's pretend that Futurism released first, then Toronto Star cited them, and then Health.com cited both of those. Oh, now Daily Mail goes, oh wow, Health.com is writing about this. Well, then it must be serious. I'm gonna cite all three of these, and now I know that it's happening. What? Even though only one source actually exists. There's only one place reporting on it, and there's just other places mirroring it. But because other places mirror it, it produces this perception of being more trustworthy. Something to be extremely careful of when reading articles. The question should always be, who are they citing, and are they literally just copying the person they're citing, or are they deriving their own ideas from source information? And I almost never find more than one source on an article. It's so hard to find good info, dude. For years, I have tried to find a way to consistently get good information, and you just can't. It's just not possible. At least not quickly. The best ways to get reliable information or trustworthy information is submit FOIA request, Freedom of Information Act, if you're in the United States. Other countries, sorry, can't help you. But United States, submit Freedom of Information Act requests. You are legally allowed to request any information on anything involving the government, police, all that fun stuff. And unless there is serious justification to not release that information, government organizations are obligated to release that information to you. Now, you may not get it fast, but I believe they do have to provide a justification for not giving it to you, but every FOIA request I've ever submitted, I've gotten the information I wanted. It hasn't been that hard. And then things like anything in the news that involves police reports are public record. You can request them and they have to give them to you. The only exception to that is if there's an ongoing investigation that is the not providing the public information is in order to protect stuff like officer safety. That's the one exception. But pretty much anything out there, especially if there's already been a court case on it, rulings one way or another, you can get police reports on just about everything. Now, the reports you get may have redactions, so individuals' names, places of work, stuff like that will be redacted, but you can get the original police reports. Now, obviously, just like with articles, you need to take into account who is writing it. Okay? Well, the person writing the police report is a police officer, so that should be part of your analysis. But getting information closer to the source is always going to be more reliable. Because if there's a police report, it has the slant of the police officer who wrote it. If there's an article based on that police report, that then has the author's slant in how they've interpreted the police officer's slant on the events. So while this is kind of like calculating error within an experiment, multiple instances of error compound with each other. And the result you get may be more accurate, but you have no promise of it being more accurate. So 2 degrees of separation, you have more error. And remember, error is bound. So like you may have seen in scientific studies where we found that 100 plus or minus 7.2. And that same thing applies in a qualitative manner to the accuracy of reporting on any given thing. Like the game of telephone? Precisely. During a game of telephone, you sometimes have a person halfway through who can piece together what the original message must have been. I've done that. And it confuses the heck out of people. Because depending on how you're playing the game of telephone, the person could be trying to just convey as accurately as possible the thing they just heard, or they could be trying to metagame and figure out what the original message was and recreate it. And so you may have a message that gets to a more accurate point. Same thing with error in a scientific experiment. Same thing with uncertainty of the truth in any given representation in news, articles, all that stuff. But you are assured that the amount of deviation from the truth is at least theoretically increasing with each step. So the theoretical maximum deviation can only increase with each step. That's a better way of saying that. Okay, now I really need to get some code. These have all been good discussions, but oh boy. No, dude, this is all good stuff. And honestly, I wasn't too keen on doing much development today anyway. Dude, don't even worry about it. If I want to get back on track like I just did, I can. And I could have done this at any point in time. And I mean, for that matter, you saw me bring up other topics like the chewing gum article. Oh. Yeah. I gotta... Chat. What do you think of the columns under the pyramids? What are these? What's going on? You guys think on it. And I'll give you my analysis afterward. Knew this would be brought up. Oh, when talking about the accuracy of reporting on stuff, this is a quintessential example of how to vet and trust sources. What will it be next, folks? So, chat, you guys discuss amongst yourselves what you think of the columns. And you let me know. Great modified UV, so X is so first I need to account for the frame coordinate X. How did I do frame coordinates down here? Add frame coordinates. Okay. Now, if I in this one, great, fantastic. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying your time here. I do try to be entertaining and informative. That's part of why my what's it called? My send-off at the end of streams includes, I hope you learned something. Because a big part of this is meant to be education. And part of the education is watching me learn along the way. Okay, now I need to do this logic down here. But I need to do it in terms of X. And this isn't, that's not relevant right now, but it will be relevant in a bit. When I add the slant. Dude, deep dives are great. It's one of my most enjoyable things to do on or off stream. And I've done so many on so many different topics. Keep in mind, a deep dive for me off stream. I'll never do these on stream because I don't want to torture you guys. Now I just need to find a reputable zoologist biologist, and then spend 10 plus hours talking about that. Yeah. Yeah, a typical deep dive for me off stream is around 8 to 10 hours. Where I'll pick a topic and try to determine what the most accurate truth of that topic is I can determine. And even after spending 8 to 10 hours on something, my conclusion may just be, I'm not able to find out the truth. Like, I always have to keep that as a possible outcome. There's been a lot of news articles in the past several years that I tried to do deep dives on to figure out, okay, was this thing true? And you've had that conclusion too. So I've done those deep dives on articles, and I've had to come away at the end of, in one case, it was actually like 20 hours to try and find this results of something, or the truth of a matter. And at the end I said, I can't determine it. But that conclusion alone can tell you a lot. Because if you've put in a lot of work into determining whether or not something is true, and you can't determine one way or another if it's true, that means the source that reported on it, one way or another, also probably couldn't determine if it was true. And so they're making stuff up. So it's still useful to come to that conclusion. And generally speaking, if you put in the work on something like that, and you find that, okay, on this article from this publication, they reported definitively on something that I know they can't have known with certainty the thing they reported on, you should probably write off that, or not on one, but if you do this a few times with a publication, and you consistently see they're reporting definitively on stuff that they can't know, you should probably write that source off as not useful, not reputable, not trustworthy. And I've thrown out a lot of sources because of that. All right, so frame coordinate done-ish. Now, plotted uv.x plus equals plotted uv.y. Good, that's what I wanted to see. Times round skew. Ooh, that slants real fast. Oh boy. Also, not doing what I need there. So, part of what I'm doing wrong is my up and down are backwards. Huh. How do I do that? Yeah, there's a reason why I put in probably almost 2,000 hours into one character design. Still need to figure stuff out before it's complete. That's fair. But depends on what your goal is. If your goal is to get better in practice, 2,000 hours is probably acceptable. If your goal is to have a finished product, I would say you're probably overdoing, you're overspending your time in one area. Okay, so this formula is not working. My point of origin needs to be ground level, so I need to input ground level here somewhere. Let me think about that. So, I have a ground level, and I need the difference between my ground level and the Y UV. So, I think what I want to do is ground level neither actually. My goal is to recreate something that is very accurate to what said character would look like function in a real life setting, and because of that it requires such extensive research knowledge. Cool. Just don't overdo it in one area, because that'll mean one of two things will happen. Either you'll end up having to neglect things in other areas if you're producing a bigger project, or you'll just never finish your project. And that would be the most tragic outcome. So like, me spending this amount of time on this stupid shader means I'm going to have to cut corners somewhere else to reach any specific timeline, or I end up extending the timeline. Everything's a trade-off. Okay, well, first off, makes sense. Worst case scenario, I have to use blended realism, which isn't the worst outcome. Fair. Okay, so ground level is my 0. And I want to add on to it something like 1 minus modded uv.y. Something like that. I think I probably need to divide by my H frames. Probably. Hey, hey, hey. I'm kind of getting there. Except I need this to eventually go to 0. Let's see, if my ground level is here, then I want this to go to 0 in the middle. So literally just this. No, that's not right still. Very, very cool. I wish you all the best in completing things. So, when we're in the center... Hold on, what if I just do UV instead? Change anything? No. Yep. Baby steps is the most obvious practical application of know your limitations. Take things one piece at a time and celebrate those small wins. It's so important to recognize when you have learned something and improved something. And don't discount small improvements. Big accomplishments are just the summation of very small wins. What it is. I'll do that. Get it. How did I do this before? So I did... a bunch of stuff. I added ground level back on after subtracting... Let me try just using this formula. Out here specifically. Well, it's that's wrong. Do you recommend a small project first before tackling a project you really want first? How to answer that? No, you worded it well. That's a properly worded question. I'm trying to decide how I want to answer, because sort of is my answer. I would say, do not be afraid of big projects. And in general, I don't advise doing small projects that you plan to throw away. But at the same time, you need to consider your limitations. So, for example, I have a dream game I want to make. And I know I, Dum Dum, am not capable of making it. And that's okay. So I have a different game that I'm making right now that I know I'm capable of making. It's still a big project. This thing is going to take me at least 3 years to produce. No doubt. Maybe if at some point I get more funding, I can start outsourcing some of the development to speed things up. But at the current pace, to have a bare bones version, or an MVP of this, I shouldn't say bare bones, a minimum viable product, is gonna take me 3 years. So something like a prequel would be a good idea, so you do a smaller scale one. So my game I'm producing right now is not a smaller scale version of the game I dream of making. It has some similarities, but they are very much different games. Now, this does not mean don't do proofs of concept. So, what is a proof of concept? A proof of concept is not even a minimum viable product. It is creating something with the goal of proving that your theory of how to do something or what something built will accomplish is possible. It's a prototype. Not necessarily even that. A prototype at least functions. A proof of concept, it's possible to prove the concept before you even have a working prototype. Because the only goal of a proof of concept is to prove that it is possible. So, as an example, at one company I worked at, I was tasked with producing an automation framework for them, for test automation. Oh, excuse me. Whoa, that was a powerful one. I was tasked with producing a test automation framework. And to do that, I needed to do a series of proof of concepts with different tools to see what would work with the company's technologies. Most of the proofs of concept took a couple hours. I went through like 8 to 10 different tools for this company. Most of them took about an hour because I couldn't even get a button to click with a lot of these automation tools. We were using a very old technology for some of our UIs, and almost nothing was capable of interacting with them because they were so old. Now, the proof of concept I ended up doing with the tool we ended up buying, the proof of concept was not a framework. Like, it wasn't a prototype of a framework. It was just a collection of scripts with a bunch of hard-coded values. Like, it could not... all of that was going to be thrown away. But the whole goal was just, can it do the things I need it to do? And all the other stuff that I already know it'll be able to do. For instance, I knew I could write the code in C#, so I knew what I could leverage for that tool in terms of designing a framework. So the framework design aspects I didn't care about. All I cared about was, can this actually automate our applications? So the proof of concept was just some hard-coded scripts that said, click this, input number here, fill out these forms, hit this radio button. Like going through all of the different interactions that were required for automating our applications. And then as long as that worked, my proof of concept was complete. I didn't need to produce a full prototype. So proof of concepts are extremely valuable. It's just vital to know what you're trying to prove with the proof of concept. And know that you're not trying to create a prototype. So many places I've worked, people confuse proof of concept with prototype. And inevitably, people end up getting overly invested in something because they're producing a prototype, not a proof of concept. And once you are at that level of investment, you end up doing more work than you should to make it work, rather than making the thing work for you. Anytime you're trying to get tooling for development or testing or whatever, any type of tooling you need to get, always start with a frame of reference of make the tool work for you, don't work for the tool. If the tool is not working for you, go look to see if there's another tool that will. Because more often than not, if the tooling you're looking into is failing you in this, that, or the other, there's probably a competitor out there that knows that that's a failing and has made their product do the thing you need better. And this is something that companies the world over do all the time. They look at their competitors and go, okay, our competitor fails in these regards. How can we meet those needs better than our competitor? And if there's not a competitor out there, well then obviously you don't have a choice. But take an hour to see if there is a competitor, because that hour spent, the potential savings in time and money are massive. And I've seen so many people in so many companies say, okay, we're doing a proof of concept with this. We're they plan from the get-go to invest 3 months. Like, what are you doing? What do you mean 3 months blocked out up front as a proof of concept for this tool? That is 100% insane. If you're doing a proof of concept and you hit roadblocks, your answer should not be, let me overcome these roadblocks. Your answer should be, is there another tool that doesn't have these roadblocks? Because if you're 5 days into a proof of concept and you hit a big roadblock, take a minute, go, okay, based on my understanding of this roadblock, how much time will it take to fix? Well, if that amount of time is more than, I don't know, a day, and of course this depends on how far into the proof of concept you are, granted. Like if you're 5 minutes in and you hit a massive roadblock that's going to take you a day to fix, go look at alternatives right away. If you're 2 months into a proof of concept and you run into something that's going to take you a day to fix, maybe it's still worth going ahead and fixing it. But that's a judgment call. But anytime you hit a roadblock that's big, always take some time to go, okay, is there another product out there that can accomplish this better and smoother? And this all goes back to don't be too prideful, don't be too arrogant. So many people will pick a tool and go, oh, I definitely made the right choice back then. So now I have to make it work, otherwise I was wrong back then. Well, yeah, you might have been wrong, and that's okay. if you picked the wrong tool, even 3 months ago, and there's a better tool out there that you can use and get up and running, like let's say it would take you another 3 months to get your current thing up and running, but this other tool, while you lose all of those 3 months, the new tool you found would take you 2 or 3 months to get up and running, and it runs smoother and more reliably. You should throw away those 3 months. It's fine. Be willing to throw away garbage that you've done. Be willing to admit that you've made mistakes and that you produce garbage. Because, I mean, you've seen me produce a lot of garbage code, right? I've produced a lot of bad code. And then I've gone back and said, okay, all of this doesn't work. We're nuking it, starting over. Like, I've done tons of refactors because, this code isn't really working the way I need it to. Let's fix it. Pride and arrogance is, like, I keep going back to that with all of these different topics, and notice that is the common failing in all of these situations. And that is a big part of why my company and my channel is named the way it is. I want to start from a stance of humility. I am dumb. I am named Dum Dum. End of story. I'm going to get things wrong, and I need to be able to accept that, acknowledge it, and fix it. And all of you out there listening to this, you are dum-dums too. If you've been living under this illusion that you are some super intelligent person, guess what? You're dum-dum. There are things that you are going to fail at. And that's okay. That's good. That's recognizing that is the first step to growing in these areas. And now we've gone into profound dum-dum. Called learning. Exactly. You don't learn if you're prideful? Absolutely. And like I said, how you should approach everything with at least some level of humility. As a direct consequence of that, you will also be approaching every situation as a learning experience, as a growth experience. And that is vital to being a person that grows and improves, develops. A wonderful thing. So, what does this mean? Whoa! Yeah, I've definitely done something wrong there. Means I'm dum-dum because I don't know what it means. Let's see. What are we doing here? First off, what happens if I take this off? Oh. Oh. Okay. Oh no, that's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's actually correct. Okay. I don't know how I'm gonna handle H flip. I mean, maybe that just works. Okay, I'm gonna trust that that just works, and we're taking that out. H flip, horizontal flip, just flips the image horizontally. Yes, you are. That's great. That's a good thing. Something's off. What? What happens if I take this out? I think that's right. Not really taking ground level into it. But do I need to? I don't need. Because I do have the X position and Y position. To correct this later. I don't really want to do that, but maybe it's fine to do that. Now you want a dum-dum sucker? Dude, those were awful. Those were absolutely awful. Like, as far as candy goes, oh, come on. We gotta upgrade your taste in candy real quick. When it comes to fruit candies, the only company in the world that you should buy from, Kasugai. Not sponsored, but I wish I was. Because I will sing their praises forever. So, my favorite thing from them is their gummy candies. But they also have hard candy. And all their candy that I've ever purchased is made with real fruit juice. I was reading high chews as I was trying to say juice. It's ended up with juice. And a lot of companies will claim made with real fruit juice, and it's like, okay, yeah, you use a little bit of fruit juice and then it's all artificial, right? No. The kiwi gummies have seeds in them. There are seeds in the candy. And just all of their flavors are fantastic. Also, super convenient is they're individually wrapped. inside here. They're all in these little AB packages. I found these great for bringing into the office and just like put them in a big dish because, you know, you can just grab one. As opposed to a lot of gummy candy where it's just a big bag and you can't really share that with people in a hygienic manner. Who made the hamster avatar? Ah, easy thing to answer. Doop doop doop. Order. Cindy! Over on Fiverr Pro. Cindy is awesome. She worked with me on, or I worked with her on several revisions of the hamster. And she produced all the official art for the channel, except for the VTube model. She produced all of the art that produced the VTube model, but the rigging and cropping out of pieces and all that stuff was done by another person. But yeah, no, Cindy is fantastic. Now, a lot of artists you'll find on Fiverr and other places, you'll find really low prices. You get what you pay for. I worked with 5 different artists while I was doing the concept work for Dum Dum. I actually have a lot of that right here. Art commission. So here's an example of some art I commissioned. And this cost me about, I think this one costs me $25 for all of these. Well, notice there's not a lot to them. This one, I think this one cost me about $40. And these are a lot better. Yeah, I worked with a few as well before just ultimately saying it's too complex, I need to do it myself. So the job of finding good artists and good people to work with is a skill in and of itself. Okay, I guess I did 4 artists. Oh, that's right, because the 5th one fell through. They kept pushing back the deadline, and they pushed it back over a month, and I finally just said, dude, I've got to decide, because I need official artwork for my company. This one was a lot better. And this one I believe was something like 50. How much did I pay Cindy for the concept art stage? I know she was more expensive. Ayu. I think, oh, was her initial one only 50? Okay. Huh. Okay. So concept art was pretty cheap with her, but each finished drawing was a lot more. 135 here. 140. This was the biggest one, but I was asking for a lot. This was for the splash screen for the startup and end of the stream. Better approach I found was to just simply learn the skills I need so I could produce yourself. Question is how much time? Because while this cost me, let's say something like $700 to, let's say $1,000 to produce all the stuff for the channel. How many hours would it have taken me to learn the skills to produce all this stuff? Well, probably at least 500 hours. At least. And that doesn't even include the time to actually produce the stuff. So, 500 hours. You always wanted to learn art and animation anyway? So that's a different discussion. The question of profitability and like bottom line analysis for a company, it's going to take me 500 hours to do something. Spending $1,000 means I'm saving an hour for $2 a pop. Saving myself an hour with $2 is massive value. Absolutely massive value. Oh, and while you guys been pondering the columns, in my case I made the right choice. I believe so, yes. So these structures that they said are underneath the pyramids. So these are artist renderings. These columns with spirals are not what they found. See if I can find just the data. So those spirals are the artist rendering based on... Don't say, well, obviously. Based on this image down in the bottom left. Can I... Yes. So they've decided that these are columns of air. And what's wild is that the people who produced these things and like did this analysis, one, this is not new data to my knowledge. It's just a new way of analyzing existing data. So like there's no new hardware producing new data for them. This is just a new piece of software that is analyzing existing data. So, one, these patterns could be artifacts of the new software. Like, even if you think there are spirals in here, which to me it just looks like noise. A lot of this looks like noise. Couple things here. One, you're dealing with sonar underground. Everything is echoing around constantly. So this column here, that probably is something. Well, on the edges here, you have echoes of that object visually represented. So the actual thing is thinner than what you see here, whatever it is. And you got noise out in these regions. Well, part of their analysis of the data is they're attempting to filter out noise. Problem is, when you try to filter out noise, you may be filtering out data in such a way that it leaves behind a pattern. So this spiraling could literally just be the result of their algorithm filtering data in a way that produces this pattern. Though I don't agree this looks like spirals. It absolutely looks like noise to me. And any patterns you derive from something like this, in my mind, that's on you just inventing the pattern. And what's wild to me is that the researchers who put this together, they came out saying definitively that these giant structures exist underground. And that they are hollow. Well, based on the data, you don't know that. These could be a different type of rock. For example, these could be volcanic channels. They could be channels of volcanic rock that is less dense, or more dense in this case, than the surrounding sandstone. Like, all these shapes show you with sonar is where there's a change in density. That's all it shows you. That could mean something's hollow. It could also just mean that it's a striation with a different type of rock. So the fact that this whole story has blown up into there's these massive hollow, like, and the other thing is people have been reporting that it's like 4 kilometers deep. First of all, the researchers themselves didn't say that. Wait, was it sonar? Yeah. Yeah, no, it, like, and the fact that they produced these renderings to illustrate what they saw in the data is baffling to me. Like, that to me is ridiculously irresponsible as researchers to produce something like that to represent this data. Just insanely irresponsible, because you should have the foresight to know if you produce something like that and publish it, people are going to run wild with this, with tons of misinformation. Like, how did you come up with this shape? Because your data certainly doesn't show it. Just absolutely wild that this whole story has even happened. But the bigger aspect is, this is a new technology. So maybe start with something that we know what the structure of it is, using this new technology, this new program, and try to map that out as a test to see if it even works. I just learned to not trust any media. That's probably best. As awful as that is. But, yeah, I was watching a video on it, and, one of the comments was, "It's clearly the Mines of Moria. Obviously." Which, the funny aspect of that is, the Mines of Moria would produce the same data as what they're seeing here. Or very, very similar data to what they're seeing. Like, the giant halls with columns in them. Yeah, this would be a similar visual to what you'd get. And the thing that needs to be stressed is, none of this is new data. Like, this is old data being reanalyzed with a new piece of software. That's it. So the idea that we are necessarily finding some profound thing under the pyramids is silly. But one thing that's been lost in translation that I didn't quite finish saying there is, the research team said they found something like 4 kilometers worth of these columns underground. And then that's been mistranslated in articles to say that the columns run 4 kilometers deep, which none of the researchers ever said that. And in 20 years it will probably be reanalyzed again. Probably. But now the thing they need to do is look at existing underground structures that we've already mapped out, run this analysis on that same data over there, and see if you can produce accurate results. Like, this is a basic thing with anything scientific. When you have a new tool, test the tool. It's so vital to test the tool to see if it's accurate. Anyway, I have feelings about science. But that takes so much more effort. Just use AI. Oh my god. AI is a whole separate thing. AI is a whole separate thing. Don't even get me started. Ooh, that's not right. Dum Dum got triggered? Indeed. Bad science triggers me very quickly. It's funny, my time getting a degree in physics is actually what turned me off to most, quote, scientists in modern day. Like, the more I learned and the more I was exposed to scientific academia, the more I just thought it was a farce. And it was around the point that I started studying up on string theory that I realized, oh, so you guys don't actually understand any of this, you're just producing mathematical models to make the math work. Okay. Well, I'm glad we're not actually deepening our understanding of these things. What was that statement they made about dark matter? They've made so many statements. 90% of the universe is made of dark matter. Yeah, I mean, that's one interpretation. Which, dark matter, by and large, from what I've seen, is something that was created to explain the stuff we don't understand in the universe. So, the amount of gravity is greater than the mass that's there would indicate. Right? So, they say, okay, there's a certain amount of mass in the galaxy, and based on the amount of mass, there should be this much gravity. But we actually experience way more gravity than that amount that we calculate. So, how do we fix this? How do we balance the equation? Oh, well, there's dark matter. What is dark matter? Where is it? Don't worry about it. What? Are you kidding me? And then, of course, sci-fi takes the topic of dark matter and turns it into, like, all this crazy nonsense. And then, fine, I'm going on another tangent. I hate that I'm doing this, but I need to. Superstring theory was the thing that finally broke me. And I said, no, this is nonsense. This is not how you figure out physics stuff. Like, I'm of the opinion that eventually we will resolve unified field theory. Or something like it. But we're obviously not there yet. But superstring theory is the biggest nonsense you will ever find. Where's that visual? Oh, where is it? Here we are. But are you not going to let me open image in new tab? Thank you. Oh, this is not the visual I wanted. This is the growth of the universe. So here, I'll just draw it myself. I'll do it myself, chat. Oh boy, indeed. So, string theory is attempting to model how particles behave at the really small scale. Okay? So, the problem is, at different sizes, at different distances, at different scales, things seem to behave differently. Right? So, why is that? We don't know. Nobody knows yet. But let me draw here. So we got things, we got different scales. Yes? And the behavior of these are not equivalent, right? And so we notice in this scale, let's say we have behavior A. And here we have behavior B at this bigger scale. At the next bigger scale, we have behavior C. Finally, at this scale, we have behavior D. And what I think any logical person should derive from this is, oh, well, if these are behaving differently at different size scales, do you think it has to do with square cube law? It's so completely irrelevant to that. And guarantee that that's already been considered. Scientists can be dumb, but they're not quite dumb enough to overlook that. Square cube law is always considered in this stuff. But no matter what, scientists have not been able to create a function that explains behavior on each of these scales simultaneously. So, superstring theory comes along and it says, okay, well, the behavior here is function A of X. We'll just do one-dimensional right now. Okay. And they say this one is function B of X. Well, I should say this is the different string theories, right? Function C of X. Man, we are definitely outside the realm of game dev today. Function D of X. Okay. Now, when I was in college, the new hotness was superstring theory. And actually, superstring theory predated my time in college by a bit, but like it was the hot topic among undergraduates when it came to string theory. What is superstring theory? Superstring theory is an attempt to unify all of this. So what does superstring theory say? Superstring theory says, get ready for this, chat. Okay, we're going to define, not an integral, a function of X. And this is superstring theory. It's super special. And it explains everything. You know how we're going to explain everything? We're going to say this function in the region, in the scale of A, is f a of x. In region B, it's f b of x dot dot dot. Congratulations, you now understand one of the most complex topics in all of physics. So superstring theory just said, well, all of these are true because they're true. Oh, I'm so glad that it took just bajillions of dollars in research grants for you to create a piecewise function. And for any of you physicists out there that are belly aching right now, yeah, there's more nuance to it. No, there really isn't, and you know it. Like, all superstring theory really did was say, okay, in these regions of space, these different functions apply. Okay, then you still don't know what's actually going on there. Yeah. Sorry. I got a degree in something that is nonsense now. Like, obviously, my physics degree is not nonsense, but... What about time dilation? We're not getting into that. It's also not relevant here. Time dilation's a pretty well understood phenomenon. For those who haven't heard the term before, though I think most people have at this point, just through sci-fi, it's the phenomenon where if you are moving faster, time moves more slowly. That's it. It's fascinating, though. I guess... The thing that, if you actually go to the point of studying this stuff in depth, one thing it will do to you is it will take all of the wonder out of these phenomena. So, like, once I understood special or general, special relativity or general relativity, which one is it? It's been so long since I talked these terms, dude. Anyway, point is, one of the relativities, I'm 90% sure it was special. Yes. All of the specialness and magic of those phenomena just disappears. And the last big bubble that was burst was quantum for me. Like, I studied quantum college, and all the magical nonsense that we hear about through sci-fi and through articles and whatnot, it's just misunderstanding what the researchers found and what the science has been formulated around it. The biggest nonsensical thing is quantum entanglement, but yeah, you've probably seen it in sci-fi, and I just want to leave a short description on it. You want to ask me so much stuff, but you also want me to get to work. The short answer I'll give on quantum entanglement, the stuff you've seen in media where you can entangle two particles and then communicate instantaneously across the galaxy, it's all nonsense. It's absolute, total nonsense. There is no way in physics that we know currently to communicate actual information faster than the speed of light. Can't be done. The concept of quantum entanglement only came about because of this concept that was derived of virtual information. The problem is virtual information can't be used for anything useful. All virtual information can tell you is a single bit of information, literally 1 or 0, of something happening somewhere else one time. Because the moment you measure it, the particles are no longer entangled. So you can find 1 or 0 of at one point in time, and that's it. Hooray, you now understand quantum entanglement better than 99% of the public. And aren't you glad that that mystery of the universe is just now really boring? Find it even more interesting? Dude, quantum entanglement is so boring to me now. Like, I love the concept that sci-fi has derived from it for having, like, intergalactic communication instantaneously. Like, it's a cool concept. It just, as far as we are aware right now, it is physically impossible. There is no science at all to back that stuff up. It is just a misinterpretation of quantum mechanics. That's all it is. Yeah, you mentioned wanting to ask a lot of questions. My family has actually suggested that I, at some point, make a podcast that is just me answering questions. Like, well, if at some point I have a big enough audience that could be a profitable venture, I'd try it. Well, you know who will be the one asking them all? Nice. Oh, man. Okay, so ground skew. I need to subtract off something. Probably going to be something like the frame coordinate. No, because that won't change with the ground skew. So my formula is absolutely wrong. Maybe I don't need to be adding. What if I need to be multiplying? Oh, well, that's obviously wrong, because if this goes to 0, then everything goes away. It's good to know this stuff on a standard level, that your characters, because some of my characters know these things. Fair enough. Something to keep in mind for video games, though, you are almost never trying to actually replicate the physical phenomena. You are trying to create the illusion of mimicking that phenomena. My game is a great example of that, where I have the illusion of a third dimension. I have the illusion of complex shapes for my characters. But in terms of the actual objects that connect with each other, literally everything in my game is a circle. Everything. So you want things to look realistic? That's fair. That's extremely fair. Yep. And there is certainly merit to doing stuff like that. Sorry to say this, but designs are super skewed nowadays. What do you mean? What do you mean by skewed? What if I... Something's happening there. Not right, but something's happening there. Shoot. Need to subtract off. What if I literally just subtract off ground skew? That's ground level. Hold on. So the effect I'm adding is way too fast. Let's slow it down. I think there's something maybe useful happening there, but I'm scaling it wrong. Need to slow it down even more. That, of course, wouldn't make sense. Oh, oh! It's not quite right, but it's definitely closer. So, ground level needs to be injected in here somewhere. Like the designs wouldn't actually work. I don't know, hard to explain. For example, animalistic character that seems to be really bulky, character flying around in a hyper-realistic graphic style, but in reality, character wouldn't be able to even get off the ground, let alone fly. Do you have an example we can look at? You got an example that might illustrate it better. I think want something like that. Think. It's obviously not right. But there's something going on here that's useful. Like I'm getting there. Just have to figure out the math here. So this definitely needs to be a minus. This is... Does the plus or minus here actually matter? Maybe not. Ooh, yeah. Minus actually matters. Honestly, you could probably look up Griffin, Dragon, you name it. Body mass to wing ratio doesn't add up usually. It's stuff like that that triggers you. Need some crazy dense atmosphere to even make it plausible. I mean, I think you need to take up your argument in that case with people from the, like, 800s. Because I don't think there's anyone out there that thinks that dragons are realistic. I shouldn't say that. You will have a hard time finding people that think that dragons are realistic. Ground level moves it to the right, which I don't like. That's wrong. Oh. How do I get it to not do that? Hold on. Without this, so ground level moves things to the right. And the ground skew to the left. If I take this section out, ground level of course does nothing because it's not part of the equation. That... Yeah, so that tells me I'm just putting it in the wrong place. Nope. Right. So right now, it's skewing from the top. How do I get it to skew from somewhere else? What if I subtract off ground level divided by ground? That's definitely wrong. That obviously makes it do. Erg! Ground level I like. And I like the way this skew is working, but how do I pick the origin point? How do I pick what, why this goes to Z? Wait, simplify this. Because this is ground skew over X frames. This is Groundskeeper over X-Ray. So this is... Hold on. Hold on. Let me just simplify my math real quick. That, of course, makes sense. Okay, I got the same result. Okay. Which means I can simplify all of this to just plus what's that? Okay, simplifying equations helps. Ow. So my 0 point should be... If I do this, it should pivot around the center, right? But it does not. What if I do it out here? What happened? It goes away. Confusing, indeed. I'm gonna take a quick breather. I've been at this for basically 5 hours. I will be right back. Gonna refuel and take care of everything. Only gonna take, I don't know, 5-ish minutes. BRB, folks. Hello, chat. All right. How do I get this working? Thank you, thank you. So let me think about what I want to be the case. So if ground level is 1, I need this cancel out to 0. Could it literally just be this? No, it wouldn't be, because then I know ground level's gonna have an impact. Arrgh. Math, why do you vex me so? Okay. Let's try this. The ground level at 0.5. So what do I want to have happen when the ground skew is this? Oh good, I have test still. Is test doing anything right now? No, it's not. Good. Good, 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 good. What I want to have happen in this case, I need to shrink test. Actually, just that should be. Ground skew 0. Ground skew is big. I want to move this to the right. So I want to subtract something. Great. I think that makes sense, though. Maybe it does make sense. Nope. I think I need to multiply this by the ground skew. Divide by the ground skew? Something. It's now skewing from some point way down here. Maybe I just shouldn't worry about it. that angle changing? Let's increase this to something like 5, 5. But where I use it. Got it. So it needs to be able to go up to. The ground level is wrong. I'm sorry, what? Ah. Right. Help. Help. Ah. There we go. I need to remember I'm just trying to get close to this. Honestly, that's probably as close as I'm gonna get. More or less skewed. I think I want. Yeah. Yep, so this was the problem I was running into before. Oh. Other thing to consider is I probably need to stretch it in the X direction? Maybe? Hey there, Dustin. How's it going? Let's add an X scale. Is it safe to just put it here? So if I put 1.1, what happens? I clearly need to correct. But maybe that's fine. Also, divide. Right, if I'm gonna... Yeah. If I'm gonna do that, I have to provide an X coordinate of where to start stretching. Ooh. Gross, 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 gross. Also, so let's get rid of this because it's garbage. Let's get this back on track. And I think I need to provide even more skew at the top. First off, I've got... Wait, did I really put skew down to nothing? Yeah, it doesn't really work, does it? Here. Let's only do that. Inside here. Okay, so there is skew happening. Good. Oh, the light scale affects that. Okay. Okay, it's working more like I want it to. Good. Now I just need to make it match that somehow. almost there. That's pretty darn close. Now, obviously, the shadow down here is not going to match, but there's not really anything I can do about that. See the critical bug in your quest engine? Spreading a quest UI process across 3 separate dialogues seems like a simple way to break things. Spreading a quest UI across 3 separate dialogues seems like a simple way to break things down and keep things clean. But cleaning all that up afterward is non-trivial. Spreading a quest UI process across 3 separate dialogues. Why is that trivial to, or why is that non-trivial to clean up? And what do you mean by cleanup? Do you just mean deleting them? Quest dialogues? I think this shader is as fixed as it's gonna get. Now, bigger question. What was I actually using it for? Well, first of all, I should set my defaults here. Because I like these values roughly where they are. Hello, adventurer. I have a quest. I have some quests. We need food. Go find X. You completed finding food. Once you've completed it, I need to remove where are you storing quest completion information? Like, I assume at some point you're going to want to load a save file, yes? So you need to somewhere save the fact that that quest has been completed. Right? And if you're saving whether it's been completed, then you just read that to know whether or not to display the option for Dialogue 1. Okay. So this seems like a pretty easy to solve problem, right? Maybe I'm oversimplifying it, but give me a second. These are pretty bad. Oh, Choco Pies? Specifically the green tea ones, or just that product in general are bad? Whoa, what? Wait, since when do I have 2 chats? That's not right. Hold on, what? What? Are you kidding me? I've been having 2 chats for probably months now. Because, here, I'm going to show you guys this. So in my basic overlays, I have Twitch chat, and it's hidden right now, right? Well, in the OBS that's going over to YouTube, for whatever reason, the Twitch chat is still visible through the virtual camera picking it up. So, let me try just deleting Twitch chat. And let's see if that fixes it. Just send a test. Okay, there we go. That's silly. These kinds of bugs are why streaming is such a headache. You're on Twitch, so you shouldn't see it, right? How are you seeing that? How? That doesn't make any sense. What? Chad, are you trolling me? Why is Twitch chat showing up there? Shouldn't be. Oh. I had 2 instances of Twitch chat for some reason. Oh my god. How long has that been there? How long, chat? About this long? Oh my god. That's probably been there forever, and I didn't notice. Sorry, YouTube. You've been getting an inferior product for a long time. Because I don't have people regularly watching on YouTube, so I don't have anyone saying, hey, why does your chat look dumb? And for me to see all the things I have to see at any given point, I have to keep I keep the YouTube stuff hidden from me. So, oh my god. Anyway, where were we trying to solve this other issue? Okay, so you have a logic problem of you have message 1. Ooh, I'm way too zoomed out. Okay. You have message 1 that says something, right? Oh, and you specifically were saying the green tea is bad? I assume AV is Audio Video Club. And you have message 2. Okay? And you have quest flags. So we've got Q1. Yes? Is this correct? And I assume there's going to be a Q2 as well. They're the kids who manage the school's TVs for classroom. Yeah. Alright. You got 2 quest markers. Yes, yes, yes. Excellent. So what you want to do is say, this, if not Q1. Does that make sense? So if Q1 has not been completed, this renders. Tell me if that makes sense. Hey, Dustin. You gotta tell me if that makes sense. That's where I started. It got completed. Okay, hold on. Now, so we have this displaying correctly, yes? So if the quest hasn't been completed, we render this. If the quest has been completed, we don't render this. Awesome, we got that working. Now, let's move on to this guy. So if what? So first, only if Q1 is true. So we've completed Q1. What's the symbology here? Oh, I'm gonna have to draw one of those things. How do I draw those things? Is it like this? Is that an ampersand? No, I did it backwards. I guess. Wait, what? That's right. Oh my god. Drawing is hard, chat. Oh, that one looks real good. So we want Q1 and not Q2. So now, if we have completed quest 1, but we have not completed quest 2, then this will show. So, does that part make sense? Cool. And you can keep repeating this process for 2, 2, 3. Wait. 3, 2, 3. And then 4, 3, 4. 5, 4, 5. Now, obviously, you can get all kinds of fancy combinations. Obviously. What I would recommend is having some sort of data structure that looks something like this. Message. Okay. And then enable criteria. And disable criteria. Lard. I need a little more space. There we go. So then what you can do is say, okay, I have a message that I maybe want to display. And then here, I'd put a list of quest markers. And say, okay, if these things are accomplished, like, for instance, on the first one, this would be empty. On the second one, this could be Q1. And then what you say is, okay, if quests 1, 2, 3, and 4 are completed, then we will display this message. And then on here, say, but if quest 7 is completed, hide it. And so what you do is start your logic with hide equals true. If this condition is met, do hide equals false, or, you know, the inverse of this for visible. So you'd start with visible is false. If these conditions are met, and this could be or logic, this could be and logic, whatever you want. And then over here, after we've said if we make it visible, then go check all the disable criteria. And now we have sort of an overriding logic. We have a default state of hide it, or invisible. We have an overriding logic that says if this is met, make it visible. And then we have another override after that that says if any of these are met, make it invisible again. And so for a fully completed quest log, you would have, for each of the dialogues, it would say hide, show, hide, basically. Now, you could create some logic to do this and not this. But honestly, in my opinion, it's safer just to go ahead and set the new value here. and then check if you're disabling it afterward. Yep. This is the same sort of logical pattern that follows for credentialing. I worked with stuff like this at one company where we had like 36 different roles an account could have. And what the developer had done is written out all kinds of very, very silly conditions. Like, if this role or this role and this role, but not this role and this role, then allow access. Gross. Zimius, there's at least 2 other people here. And Kurt was chiming in earlier, so that's 3 other people here. Where have you been? They expired back in December. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, that's gross. Chat. Ooh. Don't eat 4-month plus expired food, please. So they weren't even green because of the matcha anymore. Ooh. Okay, pretty sure this is one of the places I'm using the fancy shadow. Yeah, here's one of them. Why am I not seeing this? Oh. Okay. Why is it not visible? I don't get it. Oh, I know part of why. Because I'm pretty sure this... something on here has a modulate. Pretty sure. Maybe? Okay, that doesn't make any sense. And I'm assuming if I actually play the game that Shadow's not there. Yeah, there's no shadows. What happened? Guess I can do that. Okay. So nothing should be happening right now. Like, at all. Okay, so literally nothing is happening now. Doing a particle sim? Already did a particle sim. I'm just trying to apply this shadow to what I already did. My ground level is 0, so we are only in this situation. Frame coordinate is 0. Great. 1. Well, no, never mind. I know this is the code affecting it. Why doesn't it work? Well, that's not the code affecting it. Hold on. Just in case. What is going on? So I'm now doing literally nothing. What? Ah? That's not that. Why are shadows the worst thing ever? Why is this not here? Why is it invisible? Modded UV. Let's just take everything out of modded UV, so now modded UV is just the UV. Like, I have no extra code here. Let me try something. We're gonna have that over there. Material. Bruh. How does that make even the slightest bit of sense? Okay. So I'm getting 0 everywhere. How? This stuff I didn't change, I just made it more streamlined. Okay, where is the sampler being used in? It's not. Well, that would definitely explain why it's not working. Wait, but then why was it... What? I didn't do anything. Okay, what all happened here? Oh. 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 I'm dumb. I'm so dumb. Hi, dumb. I'm hungry. Hi, hungry. I'm dad. Okay. Yeah, okay. I know what to look at to fix it. First... I was not supposed to delete this section. I was supposed to redo it in a different way. Reload. There we go. Does it seem to stretch in the Y direction more than the X? Kind of hard to tell. Yeah, it's definitely stretching the Y direction more than the X, so I've got something messed up. Why would that be the case, though? That doesn't make a lot of sense. -5 to 5. 5 to 5. Pixel size might be it. Select to pixel size. Where's that coming from? Oh. I'm inheriting it. Well, I'm gonna just trust it. It's fine. Now let's get our code back in. Yay, that looks like a shadow, sort of. Oh. Bye. Uh-oh. Right. Not that. Why is my ground skew not doing anything? Oh, great. That's... There we go. There. Why is it getting cut off? And I guess I can correct it like that. That's kind of gross. Fine, I'm done working on this, so we're just gonna use that. Fine. That should have worked. Get rid of that. Where is that coming from? Hit it. I mean, there's no Y offset. Yes, there is. Oh, that's X offset. Huh. Still goes invisible there. I don't understand. Does this mean the sprite sheet has the same problem? Probably does. Let's take a break. This was supposed to be 1 hour time block today, and we see how well that worked out. Chat, what game do you guys want to see? Taking votes. One vote Terraria. Going once. Going twice. Terraria it is. Chat, y'all should hop in. Help me fight these bosses. See, this would be a great time for Zlad to drop in and then just tell me exactly how to fix that shader. That'd be awesome. Alright, so our next big task is going after Plantera. I don't think there's any more preparation I can do before Plantera. Like, I'll make an arena, of course, but... other than making an arena, there's nothing left. Those can't help me. Not yet, anyway. Alright. I need materials for making platforms. I'll just convert this all to platforms. Good. Is anyone from chat gonna come save me? Please, chat. I'm bad at games. Oh yeah, I forgot I had this. So it's gonna be basically useless from now on because it can't fly! Are you perhaps feeling sick because you ate 4-month-old Choco Pie? That perhaps part of the reason. Well, this is as good a place as any. Maybe. Just a little maybe. That's probably a big enough arena. Oop. I really miss the drill containment unit for this. Because mining this is awful with a drill. Oh boy. Alright, gotta go drop stuff off. Yeah, notice how the minions are getting caught on all this terrain and so they're not fighting? That would be a near instant loss on the boss. It is fascinating to me how this game is basically designed around this pattern of build arena to make fighting a boss achievable, only to never use that arena again. Now the arena near our base, obviously I was able to use for a few different bosses. But there's enough bosses with specific locations that you gotta rebuild everywhere. Crystal. Never mind. Oh, wait. Hold on. Ah, this will make it so much easier. That's why I got this stupid thing. Archaeologist. I have no idea what I did to get that, but cool. Oh, and there's a Bezoar. Few Bezoars. I toss Faith. Night Vision Helmet. I don't want to equip that right now, though. Oh, Philosopher's Stone. Nice! Definitely gotta go drop stuff off. Oh, Archaeologist Hat. That's why I got that achievement. Next time you're checking every piece of food you eat for expiration. I mean, that's probably a wise thing to do in general. Just saying. I think jungle is about equidistant from both spots, but be slightly faster on this side. You just assumed you wouldn't be sold expired food? Bold assumption, sir. Bold assumption. I don't know if I'm strong enough for Plantera right now, guys. Especially not without a well-prepared arena. But we'll see. Worst case scenario, I die. And honestly, not sure I need much platform stuff. Need to make sure that's not there. Let's see. There. Mm. What? Oh my god. Realized those were solid. But Better to find that out now than during the fight. Right about the right thing. Place is so busy. Oh, Starcloak, nice. Flying knife, even nicer. But now I've got more stuff to drop off. Ah! Let me go ahead and get this stuff placed. Okay, that arena is good to go. Alright. This has already been a long break, but then again, I did go most of stream without a break, so it averages out. How will the Plantera fight go? That is the question. Okay. Is there any preparation I should do? I mean, other than bring in a heart lantern and a bonfire. Would have been really smart. I can make a bonfire right now, can't I? Think? Yes. Well, at least I can get the buff from a bonfire. That's something. Ooh. Don't like how those guys are stuck down there. Here we go! And plus side, he's not lightning fast. like when I fought him on the surface. Yeah, back in the day, fighting on the surface was the way to go. But the devs realized, oh, that makes this way too easy. And we got it. Nice. And pygmy staff. Cool. I am shocked at how well that went. Like, really shocked. Well, guys, if you want an Ankh shield, we've got plenty of materials when you join. So many. Life fruit detected, it says. We can find it by doing this test. Life fruit disappear. Disappears at about the honeycomb. This test doesn't work though if there's multiple of them, so that could be a problem. Oh yeah, there's multiple. For sure, for sure, for sure. Ah. You have to study big data? Gross! There's life fruit. Most didn't recognize it. See a life fruit somewhere around here. We'll conquer data science. My ultimate of not giving up. And my fuel of Celsius energy drink. What is with the spawn rate? This is silly. I am getting lots of money. I like that. High fruit. There. Oh, I see another one. Ooh, cool. See. Oop, life fruit. I guess it's this way. Why am I guessing it's this way? Because. That core fight. You've restored GeoCities. Ooh. Let's get back to base. Got so much stuff to drop off. Do I want Pygmy Staff? I'm about to replace this stuff anyway. We had so much success, we're gonna ride that success out a little bit. Hit up the dungeon. Oh. Poor Ocean. Probably the wrong pet to bring with us to, or the wrong minion to bring with us this way, but it's fine. It's fine. I missed a lot of chat. You guys went on a tangent. Monster Energy, Death Stranding. Here in this darkness of failed technological world, I have restored GeoCities. I don't know what that means. right. Because we beat Plantera, all the enemies in the dungeon have been upgraded. Also means I desperately need to get to those chests. The desert chest will actually be a nice upgrade right now. If I can remember where it is. Oh, there's one chest. Aha! Give me. Ooh. One of my favorite weapons. Because you throw out a whole bunch of projectiles that, when they do damage, it returns health. Pretty sure the other chest is down here. The ice chest. There's the corrupt chest. There's jungle chest. Apparently I flooded the dungeon at some point. Probably drain that somehow. Oh, there's the desert chest. There we go. Of course I survived. What do you take me for? And now we just flood hell. Because we can. Except hell very rapidly evaporates water. So, all that water is just gonna disappear. Eventually. Not in this game. In this game, evaporation means gone forever. Alright, time to get rid of the twin and replace them with this. I have a kitty cat. An extremely aggressive kitty cat. Go, kitty! Oh, there was an enemy on screen? Didn't see it. What are you feeding that cat? Indeed. This is one of the sillier pets or minions. But apparently my chatbot says you're not allowed to say that word. Naughty still needs work. Very naughty. How dare you? Steroids. I didn't like that word. Fancy? Yeah. 1 second. Oh. Much better. I can see again. Alright. So the next major upgrade is the Necromantic Scroll. Aria Pumpkin. How do I summon the pumpkin? Pumpkin Moon Medallion, yes. I need pumpkins. How do I get pumpkins? And I need hallowed bars. And I need ectoplasm. Okay, ectoplasm. Let's talk. Only dungeon spirits. Lovely. Take a while. Pumpkins. I gotta grow pumpkin seeds from the dryad. Oh no! Chat, say it ain't so. That'll do. Ow. Just need a little bit of dirt so I can find where my dirt is. There is dirt. So much dirt. Okay, let's make a pumpkin farm right here, I think. 3 levels ought to do it. Honestly, you don't need that much. I need to wait for the grass to reach it. Probably. Yeah. Hurry up, grass. Ain't nobody got time for that. I'll plant the seeds where I can for now. Can they be planted? No. Where else can I plant? Some grass on the left I can use. Okay. I'll do that for now. Till that farm pops in. A lot of space for pumpkins. Oh. We're done. Where'd the wood go? What? Well, the wood is lost forever. It's somewhere in the chest and shall never be found again. Actually, I might be able to find it with this thing. I can convert that back into wood. Oh, it ended up way over there. Oh, it's on my bar there. Got it. Okay. Oop. And what else I need to care about right now? Pumpkins. Oh, and ectoplasm. Can't forget ectoplasm. Luckily, each pumpkin I think drops between 3 and 4. Oh, 5. Oh, that one wasn't finished growing. Oops. Do want to get at least 10 ectoplasm. But definitely time to get back to work. Been what, an hour break? Maybe a little more? But it was fun. Also, it's getting close to time to call stream, even though I definitely did not get to the tasks I wanted to work on today. But that shader is important. The basis for unifying the art style on all the shadows. Wonder if there's any new uses for ectoplasm come to it. Spectre hammocks. Oh, what? Oh. Guess I will not be able to farm that passively. Pickaxe, okay. Probably relevant. Spectre armor, I believe, is magic focused. Ah. That's very different from what I remember that robe doing. So now it turns your magic into AoE. Reduces the damage you deal, and causes you to heal allies. That's pretty cool. Oh, wait, those are different effects. Okay. Depends on what hat you wear. I remember there being a healing one, but I didn't remember that it reduced your damage output. Could just be me not remembering, though. Okay, Kitty, let's go. I need like 1 billion ectoplasm. There's an ectoplasm. Now I get a Nazar. After ages of hunting for that, finally got it. Jesus. Okay, that's 6. I've got 1 back at home. Okay, come on, we're almost there. Why am I not getting any specters? Then again, I don't really remember what they look like. So Vectors fear cats. Everything fears this cat, let's be real. Ooh, I got some barbecue ribs. Delicious. But seriously, how do I find... Or dungeon spirit is what I need. Flying, hardcore Emmy, ectoplasm, grab through walls. Uh-oh. No. No dying. Dying not allowed. What I get for trying to read the wiki while I'm in the dungeon. There's an ectoplasm, but I never saw the enemy. Literally just need one. Oh, got one. And that's enough. Ninja Tabby, guarding black belt. Ability to dash. Ooh, fancy. We got pumpkins, we got hallowed bars, we got everything. Oh, that was 10. Did not realize how easy those are to get now. Alright. Do we... What am I missing? $30 pumpkins. Crap. Okay. That's why pumpkins are so plentiful. Also, this is taking forever to grow. Ooh, big pumpkins. Nice. Great. Very big pumpkin. Nice. And craft the thing. Ooh. And let's go ahead and run this event tonight. Of course, I waited till morning to say that. Alright, while that's running, what am I gonna do here? Okay, that's a little better. Wait, did that just fix the problem? Yeah, that just fixed the problem. Alright. Let me see if this messes anything up. I don't want that commented out. We're good. Y scale, ground scale. Wait, what? X needs to be able to go further. Am I even using X scale for anything? Night time. It's time! The big event! And the biggest upgrade we are getting to summoning equipment a long time. Didn't say. Not ridiculous. Oh my. This is silly. Whoa. Ow. Why are you so violent? Seconds. Back. I should really have brought the vampire knives. Made this so much easier. Because I could have just jumped down there and started attacking. Excuse me. Doing all that damage. Oh. Oh, it's the skull. Or the pumpkin, but for whatever reason it was invisible. That it? I mean, it's past. What? Single quest completely working? Nice. Well, I didn't get the thing I wanted, but I did. Excuse me? I only got enough for one piece of armor. Oh, shenanigans. Shenanigans and tomfoolery. I need 300 for that and 250 for that, so 750 total, which means I need to run that 3 more times to get that armor. As I said before, shenanigans. I'm not. Turn that into pumpkin seeds. I thought there was a way to turn pumpkins into pumpkin seeds. Maybe not. Then again, I guess I don't really need more pumpkins, do I? That'll do for that. Alright, so that's that. X scale is not actually being used, that's fine. Put the order back where it's supposed to be. X position. Let it go to 3 and 3. Or more. That looks about right. What were my measured quantities, though? Pixel measured modifier. Y is 30% of the height. Okay. Oh, it would really help if I included the shadow in the screenshot. There. This height is what? 262. It's 55. Let me measure this a little differently. Two, 30. That's definitely not right. Let's... Why is the shadow all the way over there? I don't know. Oh, why is the shadow now gone? What the heck is going on? Where is it? Godot is now messing with me. That's what's happening. Godot is messing with me. Doesn't make any sense. What does it look like in here? Because this is where it matters. Well, it looks wrong. Simply put. That problem again. Okay. I can't. Now to get activating new quest after completing first quest? Hmm. So something you might find useful is creating an enum for your quest state. Something like available. Accepted. Done. Then, anywhere you want, you can put var state, quest states equals quest states dot accepted. You can do stuff like that. And now, instead of saying if quest flag is true, you instead do if quest state is equal to this. Just a thought. Yeah, let me get Twitter posts going, and that'll end stream. Like, I know this didn't get as finished as I wanted, but I mean, when this just refuses to let me even see the animation, I don't know what to do at that point. And like, this problem keeps coming back, and I have no idea why. So, I don't know. Like there. Why is that happening? Absolutely baffling. Chaining to next quest works? Nice. Oh boy. Oh, what am I gonna do? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know, chat. For whatever reason, this has decided it doesn't work anymore. So... the extra trick was chat dialogue options are mapping to gamepad buttons. So I was wanting the chain quest to swap in at the same slot the old quest. Okay. Seems reasonable. That, of course, is all kinds of messed up now. The way this animates has to change as well. And you're driving all this from a text script file, trying to make this as close to human readable as you can? Alright. Whoa, what happened? What do you mean? Things are messed up. That's what happened. Go. Very frustrating. Very, very frustrating. I do have another idea of how to do this stuff. No, that'll be way, 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 way too complicated. That idea's out. Okay. What was the idea? The idea was that, in theory, I could composite the shadow into the same object as the thing casting the shadow. But getting that to animate the way I've been doing synchronized shadows is just gonna be really ugly. Why is he not dying? Oh, that's because I put it in status 1. Wrong spot. You can't kill me. I can't find my death texture. So my game does let things die if they don't have a death texture. They just pop out of existence. I think that'll do what I want for getting this video. Is that a real thing? Sort of? You know what? And this will be a good example of showing the problems that arise. One thing that would be fun if I could figure out how to do it is have an enemy that dies like this with the crystals going out, and then reverse it. That could be kind of fun. I have no idea how I would do it. Control the player, sorta. Yep. That'll work. There. Guitar time. Okay, what did we do this week? Other than again fail to do shaders. Because that's my life at this point, I believe. Let's see. Particle shaders. Did first particle shader. Finished. Time golem death state. Breaking my shadow shader and being clueless how to fix it. Or broke. There we go. Broke shadow shader. That's not proper English. Broke my shadow shader with no idea why it stopped working. We'll just note crystal shadows there so people know when watching the video that's what broke. Videos. Shattered death demo. Anything else I want to... Placed particle simulation with particle shader. Save that. Finish slime death state. Let's just say boss state. Simulation. No idea how. There we go. Save some characters. Performance. I'm probably gonna want a higher initial velocity on that. Maybe put in some damping. Because it doesn't look quite right. It looks more Thanos snappy than explosion right now. Know what I mean? After seeing the trouble you have, I don't want to wear shaders. Fair. Shaders are kind of the worst thing ever. And I'm sure there's people out there that know how to work with them. I'm just not those people. And as far as this shader not working anymore, it just kind of stopped working on its own in some ways. Like, we had it working, and then it didn't. And I have no clue why. All right. What if you reboot Godot? That cannot be my answer. Even if that does fix it, that can't be my answer, because that could mean when a customer buys the game, it then just stops working randomly. Like, that's why that answer is not valid, unfortunately. I'd love for that to be a valid answer. I just had a really stupid idea. That might be genius. Let me make sure I'm happy with this Twitter post, and I'll make the post, and then I want to test something that is probably stupid. Probably really, really stupid. But I have to try it. Let's see, replaced particle simulation with particle shader for performance. Finished boss death state. Broke shadow shader with no idea how. Shadows live every Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. Oh. Let me get that sent over. Go. So this is going to be really, really stupid if this works. And the shadows won't be as fancy if this actually works. But there's no way this is going to work. There's just absolutely no way. But what if it does? Let's go to Slime Ball. Okay. No more shader at all. Get rid of the shader material. And now it just doesn't like the viewport at all. Reboot? No. I want to test this. Okay, so that's the shadow. Maybe it's keeping something in cache? Maybe. Even if it is, that's fine. I should still be able to test what I'm going to try here. This is going to be so dumb if this works. Oh, I'm so afraid that this is going to work. And all that work I put into the fancy shadow stuff is just going to be thrown away. Oh, I'm so scared. All right. Here we go, chat. I have a billion things open, don't I? I need to close stuff. Just a second. I need to reclaim my desktop. Okay. Oh, buddy, if this works. Please don't work. Please don't work. Be so sad if this works. Plus, the sub viewport can go wherever. Put it over here for now. Yeah, don't worry about that right now. We basically confirmed there was a bug there anyway, so. Sure. Probably supposed to be over 255, isn't it? Probably. It's close enough. And yeah, definitely did the green wrong. Does this actually work? My God, it works. Why didn't I think of this? Why? Okay. Let's see it in world. Not happening. Only thing I need to test right now is what happens. This goes... Okay, so I do need to keep it, like, in there. But ah! Oh, why? Oh. Problem is solved now, so that's good. Yeah, I guess. Oh. Let me try one other thing. Fixing it. You'll also know this lesson. Yeah, just never use shaders. For anything. Ever. That's my answer. Okay. I want to add... I actually want to do this with a shader. I know what I just said, but... this is a very, 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 very simple shader. I want to see if it causes the same problem. Because if this can work... oh, dude, if this can work, this simplifies so much in so many places. And it ticks me off that I wasted so much time. Two. Better. Now, this will not work for things that have sprite sheet. Is that true? No, it will work. This simplifies a whole bunch of stuff because I can do things like making the shadow just a little bit wider. Oh, that is endlessly frustrating. Oh, I spent basically a week and a half on that stupid shader, and the whole time I could have done it this way. Okay. Okay. Rein it in, dum-dum. Rein it in. We're gonna go kill stuff in Terraria. That's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna take my frustrations out on Terraria. God, I feel dumb right now. And just thinking through this, what can I learn from this so that this doesn't happen in the future? So you have it figured out so you can move forward? That's true. Ah! I need materials for making mechanical worms because Destroyer is allegedly super easy with this minion. So, what all do I need? I need Souls of Night, I believe. I need iron. I have somewhere. Platinum, copper. Enchanted Nightcrawler. Not what I need there. Maybe the answer is if something is taking a lot of time to think if there is another way to do it that might be more efficient. I generally do that, but there's a reason I didn't do that in this case. And that's because it doesn't work for certain sprites. For example, this technique does not work on the golem. It looks awful on the golem. Iron ore. Go. So that's part of the reason I abandoned this technique early on. But since abandoning that technique, I mean, how could you have known that? So here's the timeline. I abandoned the technique because it didn't work for the golem. Then I came up with a different technique to generate the shadows in Blender. And then I revisited this, or I created this new technique. So I had created that technique to work with the golem. This crazy shader is what I made for that. That wasn't working well enough, so I created the Blender process for making those shadows. Then I had assets that I couldn't generate shadows for in Blender, so I went back to the latest attempt I had made, and it was working, sort of. See, so I need the iron. I need what else? Need Soul of Night. And I need these things. Where are my Souls of Night? Luckily, they're pretty easy to spot because they animate. One of the few items that animate in the chests. Soul of Sight. That's not the right one. There we go. Soul of Night. Got it. But not what I need. Hey guide, how do I make the stiffs? Oh, I didn't actually turn the ore into bars. Here. There's where my bars are. You know, it seems a lot like getting upset about not being able to see through fog after the fog is lifted. Maybe. Not quite right, but I do get what you're saying. So, being frustrated at yourself in these instances can be a good thing. The point when you experience this is to take some time to try and figure out how to avoid this in the future. And I don't feel like I have that answer for myself. Know what I mean? Like, if I had that answer for myself, I wouldn't be thinking about it anymore. So, I think... I'm trying to think if this is a takeaway that I can apply generally. The idea of what I want to do here is for anything I'm revisiting, if the technique I had before was not really solid, don't assume that it's going to be useful. Like, don't be afraid of abandoning my stuff faster. Oh my goodness. This is ridiculous. This is absolutely ridiculous. So I never actually got that technique working for any characters, the issue. I started getting it kind of working, but it was never good enough. And I just assumed going back that this was the right answer for these other situations. Oh my goodness. This is insane! I've never been able to fight Destroyer like this with this level of gear. I am loving this thing. Tiger's great! Yeah, the cat isn't going to be crazy for stuff going forward, but for now, this thing's amazing. And it is absolutely solving all of my problems for needing hallowed bars. Alright, last one. Whoa, what just happened? How is this getting faster? What? I'm sorry. What is happening? Huh. Alright. Well, new favorite minion. Definitely new favorite. Holy cow. Alright. Yeah, I don't want to start the next one this close to morning, but... Wow! Let's go stock up on ectoplasm. And one thing I could have done that may have saved me is on the fancy shadow shader, I could have documented better that it wasn't finished. Also, what's with all these stars? Very Ghostbuster sounding. What? Sorry, what is? Oh, we need to go stockpile ectoplasm? Fair. Oh. Do you think if you document it better, you would have revisited it? No, what I'm saying is if I had documented it better, maybe I wouldn't have even attempted to fix up this shader. And would have never wasted all that time on a shader that I'm now not going to use. Yeah, like if I'd put something on in my notes that said something to the effect of never got this fully working, use with caution, something like that. Oh, I got a Keyblade. I mean, key brand. Definitely not a Keyblade here. This is 100% not a Keyblade. Oh, we're in a solar eclipse. I need to go. Solar eclipse is way higher priority than this. Why was I convinced it would work? That is an excellent question. So part of it is I just got tunnel vision on problem solving for it. Which, you know, that happens. Sometimes when you've been working on a problem long enough, you forget to take a step back and go, okay, is this the best way of still solving this? And it can be really hard to do that. Because in my mind, I had exhausted other options. Ow. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that background that was super helpful when fighting with the spiders is now a liability. Oh, no! Especially if you like to overthink things, and I do. But learning techniques to stop yourself from doing that is part of becoming a better developer. I suppose one reason I didn't go with this technique is because it does miss out on one aspect of what I was trying to accomplish with the shader. I guess I hadn't really given up on the idea of making the ground connect more elegantly. So that's the issue. The technique I'm using now, the way the sprite for the shadow and the way the sprite and its shadow connect on the ground is not going to match with this technique, which is kind of lame. That said, the other technique, I'm not sure I would have been able to use to fix that for the assets I'm trying to use it on. So maybe part of the lesson here is learning to know when I need to cut corners on quality. That could be the thing I need to learn here. Set timers? I'm usually pretty good at figuring out how long to spend on something. But for whatever reason, I got it in my head that I just really, really wanted this level of quality on those shadows. And I mean, honestly, I really do still want that level of quality on the shadows, but I think I have to admit that I'm not going to get it. And so... Oh. You're that locked in, how do you break out? Yeah, that's what my thought was, because I don't know how to break out of that locked-in mindset. So one of the best ways to do it is to time box. Say, okay, for this attempt at doing something, I'm only going to give myself 2 hours. Now, obviously, I said I was doing that today, and then I broke my own rule. But part of that was I still don't understand why it started working when it did and why it stopped working when it did. Like, partly your fault? Nah, not really. It was on me. It's fine. Ooh, better wings. Nice. Ooh, Neptune shell. Nice. I think that means I can make the Celestial Whoozy What's It. Oh, and Death Sight. Nice. Dude, I'm getting all kinds of goodies. What can I throw away so I can grab that? Ah! Ow. That thing heal. Yeah, I don't think it's as good as the other. Okay, how long is this solar eclipse gonna go? This is a little silly. I can start putting up banners of all these enemies. Feel like training yourself to do that would be required because it doesn't come naturally. You are not wrong. Oh my goodness, these mocks. Oh no, wyverns. I need to go drop stuff off right now. Of course, most of the stuff I can't drop off because it's new. Tried to make it a Souls-like game where me versus feelings. So far, feelings are winning. Fair. One of the hardest things you'll probably do is change your way of thinking. Oh, absolutely. Like, changing your frame of mind on things is an incredibly difficult skill to learn and master. Partially because it's not obvious to me that we choose our way of thinking. Like, we only have so much control over how we think about things. Solar eclipse still going on? Are we done now? Nope, still going on. Mind is a powerful tool if you have mastery over it. And that's the thing, like, you only have so much control over how you think about things. The same is true of beliefs. Like, you don't, generally speaking, you don't choose your beliefs. They just are what you believe. You can try to change your beliefs through acquiring new knowledge, but generally speaking, it's shaped by your experiences. So the only way to change those things is by having new experiences. It's Jason Voorhees! Voorhees? Is that the right? I think that's his name. I don't know why that name popped into my head, but it did. I should say, if it's not the right name, I don't know why it popped into my head. Yay! Wait, we just finished Solar Eclipse and now we get a Blood Moon right away? Come on, game! Give me a break here! It's not that good. It's worse than True Night's Edge by a pretty good margin. Uh-oh. Ectoplasm. Pumpkins. Hallowed Bar. Where'd they go? Oh wait, I have the Hallowed Bars. We're good. We're good. We're good. Oh yeah, I can only afford 2 of those. New melee set? Again, this weapon would still be better. Like, it does more damage, more hits per second. There's really no contest, and has more area. Oh, I should have got the vampire knives. There might still be time. I'm gonna try to grab them. Where are they? Oh, they're in one of these chests. There they are. Oh, ho, ho. Why is that healing me for almost nothing? Oh, the defense on them, probably. Then again, the healing was also just nerfed into the ground. You're not looking at the prefix on your items? Oh, I know the prefix on that one's broken. Fully aware. Or damage, sorry. Yeah, I'm aware. I still expected it to heal more than it did. Okay, one down. Ah, you guys are so mean. There we go. Get them slowed down. Oh, the pumpkins. Oh, heavens. So join. But I need to draw and eat. Okay, fair enough. There's the pumpkin. Whoa, where'd the pumpkin go? Oh, son of a gun. That was... I'm gonna assume the pumpkin died. Yep, that's not healing for anything. I don't know where the pumpkin died. Wait. Did that one just despawn? Oh, you've got to be kidding. So I didn't actually get a kill. Oh. I'm doing better this time. Much better. That... No! Oh my goodness. It ended before I got it. Okay, how much wood do I have is the question. Okay, so I need at least one more run to get enough wood. Oh, we have the upgraded goblin army, so that's cool. Yeah, don't need that weapon. Do you have a link to anywhere for the Terraria game? Do you mean to access this world? No. Just let me know on the server, on the Discord server, and we will coordinate. I think I should probably try to upgrade my armor anyway. He's like, the hood only has 1 defense. And increases number of minions by 2. Huh. Maybe not that. Oh, the chest plate alone increases by 2. Ew. Alright. Was 15 versus 11, so I have less defense but more damage, it looks like. If you were to create a fresh character, you'd probably die instantly. But you are welcome to take anything and everything in the chests, which includes all the life crystals you need for max normal mode health. We've got stuff for building out pretty much any gear you want. If you're interested in joining. I could get to the chest? Dude, it's right at spawn. I always make my base right at spawn for that reason. You don't need to be able to jump. There's a rope. Dude, I made sure that this place is set. I made absolutely sure. But it is about time to end stream anyway. It is late. We're at... It's gonna be 9.5 hours when I call stream. Oh heavens. Let's, what is the best modifier on vampire knives? Campfire. I think it's unpleasant. Don't think godly is... Oh, godly or demonic. Alright. I got unpleasant. Not the right one. Godly! There we go. Huzzah! And Ruthless, if I recall correctly, is the best thing for minions. That'll work. Just 1 second. Message could not be delivered. Usually because you don't share a server with the recipient, or the recipient is only accepting messages from friends. Do this then. That should work. Let me know when that's added. Okay. Go. Got it. Yeah, Legendary is one of the best, but because it provides knockback, it's not valid on certain things. Like Vampire Knives. Knockback is not the thing then. There's some other reason Vampire Knives shouldn't get Legendary. Or can't get Legendary. I don't remember what it is though. Okay, got that. Hold, please. Boop. I'll do this off screen. Don't want to share people's info. Come on. There we go. There you go. You have an invite to the server. Welcome, welcome. Meaning this server. Let me go ahead. Should have done. Oh, I couldn't do legs. Oh well. Yeah, next big milestone is beating Pumpkin. Sure, sure. It's no problem. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. Is the one. Since I'm almost certainly going to need to run this event more times. Let's go get more ectoplasm while we wait. I'm not too worried about it, dude. The official, like the business Discord account is going to end up just naturally having a bajillion people added. And so I'll get to the point where I just never respond to anyone. And that's just going to be part of that account. Just people will need to understand you will not get responses on that account. If you want responses, got a message in the Discord server. Ooh, Paladin. Well, I can do one more run. Steam being dum-dum? What's Steam do? Locked up? Fair enough. For some reason, Steam can just be like, no, even though you've got a good PC. Fair. Steam do be like that sometimes. Ooh. Zealous Magnet Sphere? Gorgeous. Kraken? Man. We're getting all the fancy equipment. Starwrath when? That's a good question. Oh, that button. You're right. That's forever away. Oh, it's definitely time to get back to base. Okay, so I need to not use the nurse to heal. Been a while since we played. Fair enough. Hey, I'm actually healing from this thing now. That's cool. Well, if you have mods installed, you might not be able to get in. Arrgh. Got it. Whoa. Not nearly enough wood yet. Okay, basically 50 more wood and I've got enough. Woo! Survived. Hey, Pumpkin. Got your number now. Oh, yes. It's working. Still don't have the thing I need. That should be enough wood. It is. Let's see if I can go craft that right now. Pants. Get it. Whip. There. Okay. Oh yeah. Leveled up the tiger mid-combat. No! I couldn't get another kill. Dang. I was really hoping I would luck out there and get the staff I want. But I did get Necromantic Scroll, which is the next best thing. Alright. Holy cow, we're approaching the 10-hour mark. Yeah, no, the stream's gotta end. Real quick. Drop all that off. I can move there, I guess. Oh, no. Ah, dude, you're good. Always ask away. Can I get menacing real quick? Warding. A lot of warding. Violent. Melee speed. Menacing! Huzzah! Right when the game is ready to play? Alright, if you hurry up in here, we'll do one round of pumpkin whatever. If you can get in here quick. I'll need to craft a bed. There. Put spare beds for anyone else playing. This house is very utilitarian. I'm on my way. I did forget about the slight issue of that spawn is less than hospitable. Basically just go through every chest, taking what you want. If you know what type of build you want to do, tell me, and I'll help you get that started. Oh yeah, those wings are better. Melee? Alright. Hallowed grave. Hallowed the plate. I know I made a chest plate. Here's some. That's sickled in the chest. Hallowed helmet, high speed and crit. There you go. There you go. Oh, that's not right. Did you get it? Whatever, I'll craft another if you need it. There you go. That scythe is somewhere in here. I think those two combine, yes? Yes. That'll be perceived keeping. Where did I put the shell? Where's the shell? Now, where's my moon charm? Wait, is it moon charm? No. Something else. Oh, it is Moonshell. Okay. It's Sunstone and Moonstone that I need to combine for the other. That's right. Oh, don't forget to use this. The heart thing that gives you extra defense. I just tossed it to you. Should be in your inventory. And there you go. Should be pretty set. Now the question is, do I want to lose my Ankh shield in favor of having an additional minion and a little more damage? Which, of course, in the case of the tiger means a lot more damage instead of an extra minion. Probably not. Alright, hop in bed so we can accelerate this. And don't forget to set your spawn point. Definitely set your spawn point. Oh heavens. There's beds upstairs on the left. Up. There you go. Oh, is that? Oh, good. Does count. All right. Good. Time speeding up. I do have a medallion. Good. With 2 people, this event should be... Yeah, it speeds time up. When does it actually count as nighttime? If there's any accessories you want, there's a ton in the chest, but... $7 o'clock, maybe? Gotta be 8 o'clock then. Spawn point removed. $30. There we go. Ooh. I got a little too comfortable there. Go. Leave me alone, Pumpkinhead. Oh no, we've died so much we've made graveyard. Where's the tree? Oh, here. And over here? Did I get it? No. If you happen to get the Raven staff, you let me know. Man, he is so aggressive and teleporty. Ooh. Yeah, man. There we go. That'll work. That'll work. Woo. So much death happening. Oh god. Right. On tree. Oh god. A lot of damage. Okay, we're healing up. We're healing up. We're healing up. We get... Dang, still don't have the stupid staff. We're gonna run out of time soon. Yep, ran out of time. Narg. So, am I just really unlucky? All I got was Scarecrow hat? Fair. You got the pumpkin cannon, so that's something. I have to take a little time here to get rid of all these tombstones, though. There we go. Yeah, that's better. So is that staff craftable now, or have I just been super unlucky? I think I've just been super unlucky. Dang. Alright, well maybe this playthrough I just skip the Raven staff. Maybe that's the play here. Oh well. Yeah, so anyone in the Terraria server, if y'all want to keep playing, I'll let it run for a while. Dude, like I said before, anything in the chest is up for grabs. Take what you want. But, that's where I'm going to call it for stream. And yeah, I'll call stream there. Been fun. I'll keep the server running in case you guys want to keep playing. But in a bit, I'll have to shut that down as well. Everybody, we didn't quite make the progress I wanted today, but things happened. Code was written, and we learned stuff. At the very least, we learned some stuff. So, everyone, thank you so much for joining. I hope you had fun. I hope you learned something. If you did, please check out my Ko-fi page, link in the description. There, you can help support the channel. And when you do, you'll get access to some dev tools I made for you guys, and roles in the Discord. Above all, though, hope y'all have a fantastic day. Take care, everyone.